helps if I put it there as well. I haven't joined the Pelgrane Press Discord. I actually need to do that today. So I usually join the Discords of whatever game I happen to be running.
Yeah, you're just collecting them. All of them. What's the most obscure one you have?
I think the Triangle Agency people were the ones I felt, I forget what they're called now. Oh, Hell's Bells. But yeah, that's I may have left it by now, actually. Green Ronin I've been in forever because I ran so many of them. So on.
Yeah, but Green Ronin is like mainstream, isn't it?
Pretty mainstream now, yeah. Once upon a time it wasn't. Once upon a time.
Once upon a time when they made the Game of Thrones RPG that was crunchy as all hell. God damn.
Speaking of, hello everyone, I'm A.D. Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we'll be playing our Session 0, or Chapter 0 if you will, of Swords of the Serpentine, the Sinking City and Sly Traders. It is a sword and sorcery story of the city of Eversink and the various adventures and opportunities, shall we say, that can be found in the city, where magic almost always has a price, and everyone's out to get a bit of coin for one reason or another. This is the first time and this uses the GUMSHOE system, which I don't believe any of us have played before.
I definitely have not.
Yeah, this is
I have played like one con game and one shot on Roll20 a few years ago of Night's Black Agents. I think was the one I fooled around with.
I think I played once upon a time. It was a detective game, because I know people like to run detective games in GUMSHOE a lot.
That's because Robin Laws and Ken Hite gave us GUMSHOE in order to get past the Call of Cthulhu. You can't roll to save your life, so you don't get the clue you need system. Thanks, Robin and Ken. You're still out there doing cool stuff.
Yep.
And what they do as well, they bring a lot of that investigative stuff into Swords of the Serpentine. The thing that they add, the thing that's the twist on Swords of the Serpentine, one, you still do investigation stuff, you're still looking into things or asking questions. More in a sorcery sense, more in a city sense, but it also can be applied to damage. If you can find ways to explain how your attack is informed by, say you're fighting a monster and you have like some sort of monster knowledge, then you can add to damage using your points. And the list is a lot smaller. Compared to something like King in Yellow or Ashen Stars. The list is pretty big because you're expected to cover a lot of ground. The list is a lot smaller than Swords of Serpentine because they expect you to you're not just investigating things, you're also trying to get into fights. And sometimes what's quite interesting is that you can still do a considerable amount you can win a fight two different ways. Either by bringing down their stamina and they stop fighting, or you wear down the morale and they stop fighting. Problem is, the same for true players. So
stamina in this case represents health points in a traditional sort of sense, right?
Well, you've got health and then you've got morale. So health is physical and morale is
mental, yeah. Okay.
Psycho-spiritual, whatever.
Yeah.
So you drain a wizard's mana, so to speak, and they no longer want to fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Or you put a dagger between their shoulder blades. That works too.
I think that works a lot better, actually.
That old Stephen Brust line from the Vlad Taltosh series. No matter how good the wizard, a dagger between his shoulder blades will really ruin his day.
That and a gun.
For our prologue message, our prologue intro into their story, which can inform what kind of characters you make, what kind of story I'm intending to build. I do have an arc story, a campaign story that will be going on, but in true GUMSHOE fashion, we'll see how you react to it, what factions you join or support or oppose, affects who likes you, who doesn't like you, but there's some certain stakes that'll be going on, so we'll see what you do from that. There, in the bejeweled sinking city, lay wonders and mysteries. From the bustling markets to the densely packed homes run whispers and rumors of a new sorcerer's cabal in Eversink, Il Sacro Ordine delle Equi Splendenti, who offer disease-curing water and the blessings of some dark power. In the salons and music halls, the ancient nobility speak of stirs of power from across the Bay of Coins in the Grand Kingdom. These are the stirs of war, the stirs of a new expedition across the Serpentine, secrets only noble ears know, and they are slow to share. On benighted canals, hidden beneath bridges, or tucked away in inns and taverns, common folk complain of housing more dangerous than ever. Instruction is cheaper than ever, so bad as to make them pity the outlanders and their poor new homes. The universal beneficiary? The mercanti and the church of Denari. Though commerce is divinely and holily commanded, discontent grows and suspicion rises. The mercanti can smell it, even within their own well-decorated and well-built homes. Perhaps heroes will decide the truth of it or take advantage. Perhaps all this is rumor and happenstance. Or perhaps this is a mere tale of the sinking city and sly traders. So we have to figure out what kind of heroes you all want to be as a group, because you kind of want to work together to some degree. I would wager, unless you want to go into this PvP style. O'Shea.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I live for PvP. Let's go. Nah, just kidding. I don't think a system like this would support PvP very well anyhow.
All systems support PvP if you do it right.
Spoken like a true PvPer. I applaud you, sir.
So the basic frame, before we get into your higher concepts, even for your characters, as a group, you want to figure out if you are, big damn adventurers, if you're bookhounds of Eversink, if you're actually part of a cabal or coven yourself, if you work in the city watch, if you're just do-gooders for some reason, part of a family business, freelance slinks, slang for investigators, government agents, perhaps infidels of some other foreign god, some outlander god, inquisitors of the Church of Denari, misbegotten soldiers of some mercenary company, part of a spider's web of information and intrigue, or thieves of a thieves' guild. You could vary it, but you all kind of have a similar direction you're moving in, because that will help decide thematically what direction you're all going. And it frames where the story, how I'm going to treat you in the story. Listed on the screen right now, I think you should see it. Yep. There are those in power that you will likely encounter. You may know them, but you will see these faces, these names, these organizations in the story. People of interest, I'll add as it comes up. If there's people that you think you're going to encounter a lot, or someone you think is of interest, I can note them down there, and that way when we come here to check on things, to recap, we'll know who's still of interest. We might pull people off that list and so on. There's also the things we note under heroes. That can be a general note-taking place if you want to put it somewhere everyone can see it. I haven't. Do you want me to make it so all of you can edit it, or do you only want one of you to be the designate note taker?
Let's do all. I think just in case we can fill each other in case we miss something.
There you go. I'll put that like that.
As usual, I'm keeping a dedicated Word document on the game, and we'll take notes, and I can copy paste from there if we need to.
Yeah.
I also had a question regarding scale. What did you envision when you pitched this game to us? Did you envision a street level game, or is this mixing in with the higher ups sort of game?
Depends on you. It's the issue that I'm hinting at in the rumors from inn and tavern halls is that there is a larger problem that's starting to brew. But when it comes to Eversink, there always is something. There's always some problem, some sorcerer, some faction or another's playing for power, and how high up you want to go, or how street level or in canal you want to go, kind of depends on you, because it depends on the factions you join as well, who you're siding with, and that kind of pulls you in different directions. You may decide to stay as neutral as possible. You don't want to be involved with any of this nonsense. And it's like, well, you can do that, but things are going to happen around you that you're going to have to deal with. There is, but for the most part, Swords of Serpentine encourages, but it doesn't demand, but it encourages city level at most. This isn't 13 Age where you're thinking about continent-spanning problems. You're thinking about a city, and Eversink has a ton of problems. It has a ton of money coming and going, enough that there's plenty to do. Sometimes you might take expeditions elsewhere. Probably not too far. You probably won't go beyond the Bay of Coins too much. You may follow the River Serpentine. You may go across the bay to the Pirates of Min, maybe. But Eversink's your home at the end of the day. That is where you are from. Or if you're not from there, you're an Outlander. That's where you decided to live. There's a reason you're in Eversink for some reason.
So if we were to be playing an old PC game, it would be called something like Baldur's Gate. Would that be correct?
That's, I would say, more like Waterdeep, if you're thinking Forgotten Realms. It's more Waterdeep
than
it is Baldarian.
Right. It's very focused on just that city, not much else. That's fine. Also similar to Blades in the Dark, if I remember correctly. All goes on in one city, right? Yeah.
Very much so.
Okay.
If you span it further, that's on you. And I go, okay, off I go, I guess. I'm time to figure out what we're doing.
Time to fire up the old map generator in that case. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I have some information from the book about other parts of the world, but Eversink's the city that has details. Anything else, I'll have to fill in from there.
Right. Okay. So, what were you two thinking of going on here with regards to like concepts of a character?
So, GM, I see you've got some new factions. It looks like listed on the board. Do the factions in the book still also exist?
Yes, these are organizations that just exist. The factions are all, the ancient nobility, the church, and so on. These are just organizations that will come up regularly in the story. You're going to hear about them. And you'll probably know the name of the people who run them because they'll be somewhat well known. So that's why their names and pictures are kind of known. If you want to tie into them, you can. Like, for example, the Golden Raiders and the Flame Company. Actually, I have another thing I can do. Yeah. The Golden Raiders and the Flame Company are mercenary companies. The Veteran Society of Ivorous and the Benign Fraternity of Silversmiths are guilds. And the Ancient Sonority of the book is like a Sages Guild spin-off. Cough, it may be sorceress, it may not be, but it's this side of legal. Because most information in Eversink is either in the hands of the church or it's in the hand of the hands of the church, the hands of the Imperator University, or the Sages Guild, for the most part. These people are kind of the new academia on the block, to put it that way.
Okay. So to answer Jamie's questions, while I generally on fantasy games revert to playing some sort of fighter type, which I could do. I could also definitely do kind of mix and match investigator kind of thing. But the way the magic system works in this game kind of has me interested in playing a magic user type because it reminds me kind of my two favorite characters in the DC universe, John Constantine and Jason Blood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could definitely go that route. My idea there, playing a sorcerer or whatever who is definitely tied in with very dark forces for their power, but is also in their own, fucked up way, trying to fight the good fight, depending on if we're good guys or bad guys or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thought. The other is I just go with my normal bit of creating because this it very clearly says, you can do some really cool things by going flexible, and you can do some other really cool things by going very specialized. And my general bent in RPGs is to go flexible, to be kind of, pretty good at a lot of different things if I can, and this game supports that. And that would be my other way to go. In other words, I would be the person who could find a lot of clues and do a lot of different things fairly well, but would never be, or it would be a while before I got to the point where I was, really capable of bringing the damage or, repeatedly doing cool stuff because I just wouldn't have the points to spend. So those are kind of my two options right now.
Like Wolfstrade's Master of None is the impression I'm getting from that second one.
Yeah.
Yes, what do you think, Sarah?
So I'm surprisingly, because I'm normally pretty keen on playing magic users, but surprisingly I'm not in the mood for that this time. So if somebody else wants to play a magic user, you're welcome to. Otherwise, the way I usually think of characters is to play off of something in the setting that catches my interest or something in the party that does. So I'm still kind of thinking on stuff. But I will say, in terms of backgrounds available, there are a few that are interesting to me. For all of us meeting. I could see, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I would assume, if we do have a sorcerer with us, we want to be in one of the groups that is kind of officially or unofficially willing to look the other way, which suggests, either city watch, family business, government agents.
Yeah, but sorcery can be sanctioned if for a right cause, right?
No, it is super illegal. Super.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink, wink. The problem is that when you do sorcery, one of two things happens. Sorcery always corrupts, and the sorcerer chooses if they corrupt themselves and they get their bodies twisted and mutated by that power, or the corruption is externalized into the environment and corrupts reality around you, which can cause people to be endangered. The Church of Denari officially and loudly and violently sends inquisitors out to seek out and hunt sorcerers in all their forms. There are certain things that people consider sorcerous that aren't really. Things like thaumaturgy is because that's poison making, alchemy, mesmerism. There's no real sorcery. There's no pull of the dark forces. There's no corruption within the self or the place. But sorcery is super dangerous. And people get... That's why you'd want to be... If you were part of an official faction, you'd want to keep the sorcerer stuff hidden as much as possible. If they do it, you wouldn't do it out in the open. The wink, wink, nudge, nudge. One might presume that a sorcerer under lock and key with a mercy blade at their neck might be used, but they would be in service and servitude perpetuum, with the threat of death at any moment. It's so bad in Eversink that they are so scared of people being possessed by demons or corrupt powers that even if someone gets a little what they call broken winged, someone who has who mentally is compromised, they put them away somewhere because, one, for their own safety and to be looked after and so on, but also because their mental defenses are weaker. So sorcerer's forces will try to abuse them and jump into them. The whole world isn't like that. Eversink's like that. Very desperately like that. Some parts of the world are a little more permissive of sorcery for good and ill. Because in story, in lore, there was the Empire of Serpentine, this massive empire that was based along the river Serpentine, and it spread out and had massive magical power over the whole land. And then someday the corruption was just too much for the empire, and it all crumbled. That was over 1,000 years ago now. And even then, that shadow of the Serpentine sorcery kind of makes people nervous, even if it's good, even if it's well meant, because you can use sorcery for good, but there's always a price to be exacted. You're always paying somehow, whether you're hurting yourself or you're hurting the environment around you.
My goodness, you try and play something that's not Warhammer and you get roped into Warhammer again. Oh, god damn.
It's kind of sorcery in that sense, where it's like, magic is the scary thing of great power. It's kind of that old
Very
hat.
much, yeah. It's different from Conan in that regard, I think. They regard magic a little bit differently, but yeah, I can see it. Okay, well, that's fine. If Enzo wants to play a sorcerer, I'm all cool for that.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't mind being on the edge of the law, so to speak. Not necessarily maybe not full on breaking it, or, being the bad guy, but being on the edge of the law is not too bad, if you ask me.
Yeah, I could definitely do the whole, guy who's made a deal with dark forces, but, is trying to, outrun fate, and, John Constantine and Jason Blood kind of thing, working for the good.
Are you going to give the devil the finger like in the 90s movie of Constantine?
Yeah, I'm thinking more like Constantine in the Garth Ennis phase of Hellraiser, and the Alan Moore Swamp Thing when Jason Blood showed up, and there's also a great limited series of the Demon in the mid-'80s, late 80s. So.
Fair enough. I was just being silly.
Yeah, I know. Although I really do. It's been years since I've seen the Keanu Reeves Constantine movie, and I've been toying with rewatching it just to see. So, what about you, Jamie? What are you thinking about character-wise?
Well, totally flexible. I could go like a sentinel or a thief. Those are, I think, the two that attract me the most. Warrior, I could do that as well. I think between those three, I'm really flexible. If I had to lean towards anything, I'd lean towards a thief, maybe. Okay. But that's about it. Miss being a sneaky character. It's always nice.
I'd be leaning either Sentinel or Warrior today. So that, I think, works out. Like, I don't think any of us are conflicting in terms of what we want to play.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a balanced party. Thief, warrior investigator type, and sorcerer.
Just like old school D&D. Let's go.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So we're thinking a sorcerer, a thief, and a sentinel?
Was sorcerer, a thief, and a warrior, I think. Was it, Sarah? Or
sentinel? I said warrior or sentinel. One or the other.
What are you leaning more towards, then?
Or do you want to mix and match?
Yeah, you can always mix and match.
I'm leaning more toward sentinel in the short term. But as we advance, I might pull some skills in from warrior if folks are okay with that.
That's cool.
Yeah. Sounds like you, either way, might need to be the person with the physical hitting ability.
Yeah.
And where are the...
I think I might just go mix and match and pull from both sentinel and warrior.
Yeah.
Just that way we've got all bases covered, and also that way, we have somebody who can take a reasonable amount of hits.
Yeah.
So framing
go warrior. Sorry, go ahead.
Where do you think a sorcerer, a thief, and a sentinel / warrior, what common cause brings you together? What are you in Eversink?
Mm-hmm.
Are you all here for politic? Are you for wealth? For pure fun of illegality? The upholdance of justice and legality? Divine mission? Or revolution, perhaps?
For the thief, I'd say I'd keep it simple. I'd just be a sell sword, sell dagger. I don't know what you'd call it anyway. Keep it simple. I'm for sale. You want my talents? We pay. I'm good.
Mercenary.
Maybe our freelance slinks.
You could be a slink. Yep.
Yeah.
You could be a group of slinks. The kind of people who are paid to not necessarily solve problems violently at the edge of a cudgel, a point of a sword, but solving problems and looking into things for people who have money or connections.
Money's always a pretty big motivator, I'd say. It keeps you fed. How's life in
freelance things, honestly, because it gets very dark fantasy feeling with a side of noir film, and
some Lankmar thrown in.
Feels like Jessica Jones meets fantasy, which could be a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah. And just as a heads up, I was thinking about spending my allegiance points, kind of going as heavily as you can with that number of points into having connections with the Triskidane, which might be an interesting hook.
Having a connection with the ruling body is not bad.
And might also give me ways here and there to avoid some of the worst consequences of being a sorcerer. If, for whatever reasons, the mysterious rulers of the city are wanting me to be around.
We would know that you are a sorcerer, right? Or would you keep this secret from us as well?
I think you would pretty much have to know. I think, we can role play out you finding out, or it's just kind of in the background that, we've worked together for a while and that, you guys know, but it's not something I generally advertise, obviously.
Yeah, because if you ever externally do it, if you internally do it, it hurts you. But if you ever do externally do it, friends and enemies alike, friends who see you do externally use extend your corruption to the world, they do morale checks immediately because it is the most frightening, terrifying thing to see someone do. Because you're watching reality bend around you, and that is frightening as all hell. It's like, you're my buddy. I don't care. That's scary as hell.
This game was not at all made by a company that went deep for the Cthulhu end of things. Not at all.
Yeah, no. Hey, they gave an option for non-cursed magic. It's just, limited is all.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try something. Things are roboting a lot on my end, so I'm gonna try something to see if it'll improve the sound quality.
Okie doke.
I might drop off temporarily.
Okay. Yeah, it could be out of roboting range.
You certainly are.
So,
there we go.
You each should be able to open up your own sheets under here in the thing. Get character sheets. I see Ensley, I see Iskemgeek, and I don't see Jamie, though. No
you
good.
don't see much. There we go. There's me.
You're all already talking about the profession. You can choose the thing that you are specialized in, that you are, like you're all saying, sentinel, sorcerer, thief, or warrior. But you can mix and match this is where your investigative profession abilities come from. The benefit of staying with one, especially at character creation, is that if you touch on each of the professions skills, at least one rank of it, you get a bonus rank on top of that because you're a specialist. If you mix and match different professions at the beginning, you don't get that bonus one, but it also means you're a little more, you have other options out of the gate, but you can always get them later as well. It sounds like you all kind of call it a sorcerer, a thief, and someone who might mix and match sentinel and warrior. Which, hey, that covers all your bases.
Yeah.
The next thing to work on is your adjectives that describe your hero. Adjectives don't have a mechanical weight. They're meant as a fast reference for me and you. Like, on a glance, I could go, who is this character? Are they, greedy? Are they charitable? Are they haunted? Are they loving? Like, what are they? What adjectives would we very quickly, in a quick few adjectives, say, who is this person? What are you hoping your character will be? That way you can always change them later, but they're a quick reminder. Even if we look at the sheet or you look at the sheet trying to figure out what your character is, you're like, oh, that's what the bit. That's the bit. I get it now.
We have some examples here that are like, what are they? Young, fiery, opinionated, loyal, things like that.
Never forgives a betrayal, which isn't really an adjective, but you know.
That's not an adjective at all. That is a carriage. What were they smoking when they made that one?
The funny thing is, like, they could have gone with, like, vengeful, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nope.
I've actually been an adjective. Anyway, sorry.
So what adjectives are you thinking for the sorcerer?
Let's see. Cynical, intelligent. Yeah, which route do I want to go down here?
Let's put this over here.
How many would you prefer, or is it just a matter of how many can you squeeze in there?
How many you feel, if you think to steal an old English teacher saying, as many words as you feel you need. If you've answered the question, you've answered it. So if you need 2 words, if 1 word does it, then that 1 word does it. If you need 5, then maybe you should use 5. You probably don't need 10, I might suggest. Yeah. That may be too many adjectives.
Let me write a whole novel in there in the adjectives line of nothing but adjectives.
I have a few identified for my character.
Go ahead.
Analytical, curious, pedantic, stubborn, and joker.
And joker.
And stole with a dash of warrior. And also, it lets me get an outlet for the side of me that is like, why is something identified as adjective, if not adjective? Anyway, go ahead.
I've got cynical, intelligent, afraid, arrogant, scary, and dissolute.
Desolate. Oh no.
Dissolute.
I can't spell.
Goodness.
Like, again, channeling Jason Blood and John Constantine.
And what about our thief?
Buh. Stop it. Yeah, that's not an adjective.
I mean, kinda.
Maybe it is in your language. I don't freaking know.
No, I don't speak Swahili.
That guy strikes me as kind of.
Oh yeah, mention it. Yeah. I definitely want to jack something from Galen's Four Humors. I was thinking maybe which one is it? It's not cleric. It's not sanguine. It's not. What else is left? Hang on. I had it here. Shit. Phlegmatic. Phlegmatic will do as the first one, maybe.
Okay.
Phlegmatic. Let's do. I'm thinking like a traditional sort of thief, which is definitely something I'd like to try and play. I think slimy would be a good adjective. Not physically slimy, but something like that. Yeah. So let's go for slimy.
Slimy, okay.
Our hero. Reminded of Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog,
right?
And like the
moist,
villain moist.
We'll do phlegmatic, slimy. Let's also do a. How'd you call someone who's relatively optimistic despite the situation around them being bad?
Hopeful?
Sure, let's go.
Optimistic,
let's go for hopeful. Hopeful is maybe okay.
Hopeful?
Slimy and hopeful character. God damn. And for the last one, for my fourth one, let's pull an ace out of the hole here.
Corby, you're missing curious was my second adjective.
Curious. Thank you. Living up to your traits already.
There's a reason I put Pedantic down. I'm just in that sort of mood today.
So what was that, Thief?
Yeah.
What's the last
So
one?
real life warning there, Corby.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
Any
coffee.
country?
I'm safe.
Struggling with this one. Hang on. I'll have it in a second.
Sure.
God dang. What does this word mean? Hang on. Okay. Maybe.
Call this
Yeah, let's do spiteful as well.
spiteful.
Hopeful and spiteful, yeah.
Spiteful. Very good. So we have our adjectives. Our heroes: the cynical, intelligent, afraid, arrogant, scary, dissolute sorcerer, the phlegmatic, slimy, hopeful, and spiteful thief, and the analytic, pedantic, stubborn joker who's curious, sentinel/warrior. Oh, that sounds like a Swords of the Serpentine party to me. I think I chose the right game for you all. The next thing, which has mechanical weight, is your drives. The 3 best things in life. The 3 things you care about. They're the reason why your character does what they do. You can invoke each of the drives once per adventure, and you get a +1 on the die roll, which is huge. Or you can use a general ability you have no ranks in, but it has to make sense to the drive, obviously. Drive can change later, because it's a reflection of who you actually are, why you care about what you care about. So, what are the 3 things important to our sorcerer? What drives them? What are the 3 best things in life?
The nice thing about the drives is you can invoke them after you've rolled, so you can turn a 4 into a 5 and get a success on something really important. Come back to me. This is kind of like values in Star Trek. I'm going to have to wrestle with this for a minute.
How about our thief?
Yeah.
To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women.
Hear the lamentations of the women. Hear the lamentations of the women.
I mean, come back to you, that sounds like?
Yeah, let's see if Sarah has anything. I have an inkling of what I want to do, but let's see if she has anything first.
I don't have all 3 figured out yet.
Alright, so we'll be TBD for now.
Okay, so how specific do these have to be?
Specific enough, it makes you want to be able to call on them later. So one example I have, because I made an example character of my own, a warm lover that makes you safe, finding a place safe and serene, gathering serenity even from the temptation of power. Like, those are 3 things she thinks are important in life. They're what she's trying to get. They're the things you're trying to get every day. And whatever you're doing, whether it's some of it could be money. It's like I want to be rolling in wealth. I want to be the best there ever was. I want to be the dual monster champion. Whatever it is, there's a drive why you're being an adventurer. Why you're not just some clerk or some gondola driver. Nothing against clerks and gondola drivers, but doesn't make for very exciting adventures. That's a different game.
Okay, so how would this be for 3 drives? What is best in life, right? So, sniffing out fortunes, putting them in your pocket, and listening to the cries of the wealthy robbed.
Yeah?
Very Conan-esque, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's that sort of, this is what makes you happy, and stuff. Other people don't like it. Well, too bad. Sniffing out fortune. Yeah. Totally.
Something,
Those are the 3 best things in life for you. Actually, I noticed that you have them on your sheets. I don't have to put them here.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Boop.
And so how do these work mechanically? Could you just run it down for me again?
So with these drives, once per adventure, you can invoke one of your drives and say, hey, because I'm about sniffing out putting fortunes in my pocket. I really want to steal this thing, so I'm gonna get +1 to my roll because it's why I care about it's part of one of my drives. That's why they have little check boxes, because once you use them, you can't use them again for the adventure, and you can't use multiple drives on the same roll. You can't get like +3 if all 3 happen to apply. Only one of them can be invoked at a time.
When you say adventure, you mean a session or you mean the whole campaign?
Adventure is a full story. So some adventures will only take a single session. Some may take multiple, but you have multiple adventures to a campaign. And there may or may not be multiple sessions to an adventure. Ideally, you want a session to an adventure, but that isn't always the case.
Right. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, the other thing you can do with the drive is if you have 0 ranks in a general ability, you could use a drive. It's like, I normally don't do this, but this matters so much to my character. I'm gonna be able to do the thing even though I normally couldn't. Like, I'm usually not any good at it. So, example of a general ability would be something like athletics, burglary you're probably taking in the future. Maybe you don't normally do warfare. Maybe that's not a thing you do all that often. Maybe you're not super athletic, and you're like, well, I don't have any in it, so I normally couldn't do this, but just this one time during the adventure, I'm going to be able to do something. Because it matters that much to me.
Gotcha. I think I've got mine now. Folks want to hear them.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So, a good drink after a long day, doing things right, and punching a punchable face.
And I think I've got mine, although the last one may change at some point. Mine are being who we really are, finding safety, and forgetting who we really are.
I like that.
Ooh, that third one is shades of gray there. Poor guy.
Well, it ties in with being dissolute. I mean, why is he dissolute? Because
he's a sad sack who needs to lighten the fuck. No, I mean, go ahead.
Oh, he's walking here. Oh.
Harsh.
Look, I'm just saying.
It's like that.
Hit up the red light district. Ease up.
It is like that whole thing of, when John Constantine turns around and really embraces what he is, he's scary as fuck, and he's just, completely badass. But then, most of the time, John Constantine really doesn't want to face up to what he really is. And that's, so that's kind of where I'm going.
Oh, no, I see it. I totally see it. I was just jabbing.
Yeah.
So you now get your investigation points. I opened up the wrong sheet. You get investigation points. These are anything but general. Your profession, of course, but also social is part of that. You each get, given the number of players, 12 investigative build points, and it's all 1 for 1.
Okay.
And I'll note, if you choose all your initial profession-specific bonuses, like I said, you get a bonus to social ability or allegiance or to one of the profession abilities. You also don't have to spend all your build points at once. You can leave a few unspent. So that way later you might go, shoot, I hope one of us had servility. Well, no one took it. Well, wait, I have spare build points. I have a point in that now. And suddenly you're able to get a lead. Because if you have 0 ranks in an investigative ability, so that's anything that's not general. If you have 0, you cannot use it to gather leads. There is no roll. You cannot do it. If you have at least 1, you can get leads from that skill. That said, I will be the way GUMSHOE encourages GMs to run their games is that if there's every scene has a core lead, a core clue that moves the story forward. You need this to go forward. GM's always encouraged to check the list of all the players present, and there's one skill that they know, that's the one I know you're going to take. I'm going to make sure somebody's going to get the core clue. That's it. That doesn't solve the mystery for you. That's just a clue I know you need. If you don't have this, you can't go forward. I know you can't go forward. After that, you have to spend points to ask extra questions or to look around or find other leads. And to do that, you need to have a skill to even ask me the question. Like if you have something like, say, something like servility, say you see a servant who is really quiet and mousy and really shy, hiding in the corner. If you have no ranks of civility, you can't really translate that beyond what I told you. I told you a lead by just describing the character, but that's all I'm telling you. I'll never say more than that. You might have to sway them, like you might use other abilities to get them to tell you things, but you don't instinctually know what their deal is. If someone has civility, I might say, well, you get the feeling that they stole something recently. It has nothing to do with the actual big thing you're worried about, but they're worried that they stole something small and they're trying not to get into trouble. So they're trying to be small. Or they were recently punished and they're trying not to get in trouble. Or they're just nervous. You're a big important person and they're trying to be servile. They're trying to stay in the background. They've done nothing wrong. If you have civility, you'd notice that. If you don't, there's nothing I can do. I can't help you. Or I shouldn't help you. But if it's a core clue, then I make sure, I check first, does anyone have civility? You don't, I better find a different way to tell you. Yeah, you choose, you each get your 12 points, you can spread them out how you like. You could, the game does point out that you don't have to spend into professional abilities at all. You could spend entirely into social investigative abilities and allegiances. And it's like, yeah, you're just a super social person. There are descriptors of each thing, starting from page 20 onward of the investigative abilities. If you want a little more detail into what those are, how they would apply.
I have a question. Is there a maximum you can put in one at this point in time?
I'm double checking.
5.
I think... Yeah, 5 is the max rank. Yeah, without GM approval, you cannot exceed rank 5 in any investigative.
Yeah, and on page 18, it gives you the scale as to like what the numbers kind of mean in game terms.
Yeah.
And it's also a number of points to be spent. But yeah, you're really limited here.
Yeah, because if you have 1, your character is able to do the thing, and they're known to be able to do the thing. The higher you get, the more other people might recognize that in you. So if you only had like 1 rank in command, you're good at giving orders once in a while, but you're not like a commander. You don't command a room all the time everywhere you go. But if you have rank 5, people are going to notice after a while that you are able to command a room and get people to do things. Like, maybe could you help me with this thing real quick? Or what do I do? I'm going to ask you because you're the one who always seems to know what to do. It's like, no, don't always come to me. Just because it sounds like I know what I'm supposed to do doesn't mean I actually do.
So how many do we have? We have 13, did you say, or?
12.
Well, so you get 3 extra that have to be spent on allegiances, 2 of which go to an allegiance and 1 of which goes to an enemy.
Yeah, and then you also get a different pool for general abilities.
Yeah. General ability has...
So this is just for the... Yeah.
Yeah.
But the investigative abilities give you the most powerful things, and these are what also will give you, like, a whole extra die on a roll, I think, if you spend a point.
Yeah, so sometimes if you're doing if you're trying to do extra damage, like morale or health wise, you could, if you can, and this is sort of Serpentine specific, if you can explain how knowing forgotten lore is helpful, then I might say, well, okay, then yeah, then you get, because normally it's 1d6 plus 1. That's how much damage you do. You might do an extra plus 1 because you have a big weapon, or plus 2 because it's like a big old polearm. But you want to do an extra d6, you're going to need to spend a point of one of your investigative abilities and explain why that is making this easier. Or how you know a weakness in them, that sort of thing. With something like spot frailty is obvious, because that's literally how do you notice weaknesses in someone's armor. You may decide, you may be able to use intimidation when you're trying to sway somebody. And you go, well, actually, I'm very intimidating, remember, so I'll spend a point and I'll do extra morale damage. It's like, oh, okay. That sort of thing.
Okay. I've done mine. Could you just double check if that's okay?
No.
Please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Missing one. Cool. Well, where do we put that? Here, 12.
And because you spent at least 1 in all your professions, so all your thieves, you get a bonus +1.
Where that I can use now or save for later?
Either. You can save for later, or you can spend it right now.
Yeah, let's go. Here, there we go. All finished up.
There you go. The second thing you want to figure out that is also at this stage is your allegiances. So you get 2 points for allies and 1 point for enemies. You can be those 2 points for allies can be in the same, like they could be both spent into the same faction, or they could split into 2 different factions. Because even have 1 point in allegiance is very helpful. That means that you know somebody, or they owe you they don't just owe you a favor. They're not just they like you, or you like them, or you know somebody of importance.
Okay, so that's on page 288. But allegiances can also be done to these factions that we have listed on the screen. Is that right?
Well, these are names of organizations. Like some of these are part of these factions. Like the couple of them are part of the guilds, a couple of them are mercenaries, and one is would fall under. If you're being unkind, you might call them sorceress. If you're being kind, you might call them under the faction of outlanders. Or you could treat them as old faction, come to think of it. That's another way to dress them up. Because there are factions that are listed, but you can always create a new faction. It's just that the ones they list in the book are the ones that you will almost always run into. The ancient nobility are always involved. The Church of the Denari are always involved. You know, the Durskadane might be involved, but you'd never know until it's too late.
Okay, so how about this? I'm gonna put 1 point of allegiance into Thieves Guild, obvious.
Yeah.
So 1 point into there, and 1 point into commoners.
Yep, that makes sense, given your connections.
And enemy is City Watch 1.
Okay.
It says here that it's not so bad. Just try not to get arrested because they really have it in for you, right?
Yeah. Don't get busted.
So it's not like it's not like they'll actively seek me out to try and. Well, actually, maybe they will, but I don't know.
Yeah. Think of it this way: your allegiance points are kind of like abilities in the sense that these are points that you might say, "Oh, hey, I know someone in the Thieves Guild." And you're right, you do. You have a point in Thieves Guild, so of course you know somebody. Or I got a buddy I might be able to find somewhere in Ironcross. You know, he's a commoner. He's not anyone real connected, but you know, it's somewhere. But the City Watch, that's when the GM might pick on you. They might say, the City Watch decided to mess with you today. They heard you're in town. They heard you're in a certain part of town. They want to poke your nose. Or they're gonna send someone to beat you up because they can't really do it themselves because they don't technically have legal reason to do so, but they don't like you.
Police brutality.
City Watch I've ever seen being overly brutal? Say it ain't so.
Where do we log our enemies? Because I know we have to have 1 point in an enemy, right?
I think you just note them under allegiances, but you put them as minus, right? That's what I did.
Yeah, either you put them as minus, or you'd put in bracket. It's like Thieves Guild ally, or Thieves Guild enemy. That's another way to do it. But negative does it just as well too. Yeah, like that. Exactly like that.
There you go.
Because there's a difference between having an allegiance or an ally or an enemy, as opposed to someone who who owes you favors, or people who have grudges against you. You can have an ally who has a grudge against you because you took out a loan. Like, you gotta pay me that back. Like, you better pay me back, or I'm gonna get mad at you. Even though we're friends, I don't care. Pay me back. As opposed to an enemy who has a grudge against you, that's different. You messed with my day, and now I already didn't like you to begin with. Now I'm going to go out of my way to be on your case. And these will shift and move as time goes on, depending on, especially when you start doing adventures and you start doing stuff, then it really starts to rear its head and affect how things go. So don't feel you're too locked in, but these are good opening moves that help decide whose side you're on, but also who's on your side is another way to look at it. Who's looking out for you?
So, I think I've assigned my skills and my allegiances now, if you want to check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have a bonus because you filled all of one skill of one profession.
Oh, I do?
Yep, because you fill up one in warrior. So
cool.
You have a bonus point.
I might, just so I can get 2 bonuses, reduce laws and traditions by 1 and bump up felonious intent by 1. That makes me super duper jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, you're very much a sentinel / warrior. You know the law, but also you can kick butt.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, do I want to spend those now, or do I want to leave them in reserve?
You could spend them in your allegiances. That's another thing you can do. You spend your bonus, rather.
I think what I'll do for now is leave them in reserve. For now, I'll just note them in gear for the sake of having a place to note that I had 2 extra bonus ability and or allegiance points.
You have a bonus investigative / allegiance point. Because you can't use it for general. That's why I highlight that. Or I would highlight that, I should say. I like your allegiances. Given your current company.
Yeah.
It's not part of Cabal, so it's not the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the pedantic adjective coming into play. He's a sorcerer, but not part of a cabal. It's different.
What of our sorcerer? How are you feeling about your points, your build points?
Let's see. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do 2 in intimidation. Gonna do 3 in corruption. 2 in forgotten lore. 2 in leechcraft. 2 in prophecy, which will give me an extra 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, which will let me put 2 in taunt. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's right. And then allegiances. Let's see how to spell this. Come on, where is it? There it is. Yeah.
Triskadine. For those wondering who don't know what that word means, because unless you happen to be into political science and are really in the weeds, there's no reason to know that word. It's rule of randomness. Basically, supposedly in Eversync, the goddess Denari chooses 13 people randomly, not randomly, but she chooses 13 people to help rule Eversync, and they are kept secret. And they meet in secret, and they make decisions, and at some point, members are dismissed or quit or whatever. Maybe these people are picked by a secret lottery. Maybe there's some sort of secret society thing going on, but who knows? You'd never know you're walking by, because Triskadines can be anybody. They could be a noble, a commoner, inquisitor. A sorcerer wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, but I mean, who knows? Who knows how it works? But it is random, essentially. So in any game, if anyone tells you, oh yeah, it's these 13 people, there is no canonical 13 people who run things, because it changes. And it depends from table to table, era to era, story to story.
It could be you, it could be me, it could be both of us.
Actually, there is one thing where they do a wink nod of saying, hey, one of your players could be a Triskadine, because who the freak knows? Which adds massive complications to the life, because they could never tell the party they're Triskadine.
You should roll like a percentage dice, and if you roll 1 on the percentage dice, that party member is a Triskadine.
I think I'm good with that. I did 2 positive for the Triskadine and 1 negative for the Church of Denari. If I'm reading things right, they're the people who hunt down people like me.
They're the ones with the Inquisition,
Yeah.
Definite enemy of the Church of Denari being a sorcerer. That is an easy negative. But having friends in government, rank 2 too. That's, you have friends in government.
He is the government.
No, not quite that high, but I figure it's a nice balance for this secretive government to, for whatever reason, want me active in the city, and so every once in a while, I can get out of things which should have me fed to the Inquisitors, but, somebody somewhere decides that this person still needs to be on the loose.
All right, you picked your leeches, you picked your investigative. Now we go to your general abilities. General abilities you don't spend points on, because you don't get leads generally. You can, but you don't generally get leads from general abilities. These are the things you roll. You roll d6 plus the general ability score. And you're trying to hit 4 or better generally. And actually, in our Discord, you actually see there someone who was showing off the power of geese. There is difficult numbers ranked anywhere between 3 to 12, although 12 is nearly impossible. But most general rolls, you'll roll 1d6 plus your skill and 4 or better. So they say in the book, for example, if you have at least 3 points in an ability, you'll probably auto-succeed in most things. And you do get points that you can spend, sort of like in the sense of leads, but it's more about, like, say if you have 4 points in warfare, you might say, not only do I hit them, but I'm not just good at warfare, I'm really good at warfare, so I'm gonna do extra damage. I'm gonna mess this guy up. Like, oh god. But I will remind you, when you spend a point, your rank doesn't change. Your rank is always, if you have 4 ranks in warfare, you always have 4 ranks in warfare, that until you increase it. Right? So that's something to keep in mind. Now, how many general abilities do you get? I don't know, read the stupid book. No, I'm just kidding. You get 30 to spend in general abilities.
Stupid book.
And if you have 8 or more in any one... Oh, and now here's the limiter. I saw this question coming. This is weird in that there's no minimum spend. The max you can spend on your highest ability is twice the rank of the next highest ability.
What the hell does that mean?
So if I have, let's see.
So like I have warfare 12, so my next highest would need to be at least a 6. In my case, it's an 8, but it has to be at least a 6.
Yeah.
Or at least
I'm
I have
gonna do it.
right now, unless I decide to change around my points a bit more.
I'm gonna do it, and then we'll see if it was okay. Hopefully,
yeah. I'll correct it. I'll highlight if you get. One thing I'll highlight as well: if you have at least 8 points in a general skill, you get rewarded for specializing, because the max you can have at all is 15. That is the absolute ceiling you could ever be at. I don't even think you could with 13. You could theoretically do it. You'd just be good at 2 things. Yeah, if you get at least 8 points in something, you are considered, you're not just competent, you're not just kind of good, you're an expert. You're amazing at swaying people, you're amazing at binding wounds, and you get an extra talent on top of that ability, on top of being able to do that ability.
there's nowhere on the sheet to note talents, from what I can tell.
Nowhere to note what, sorry?
Talents.
No. It yeah, you'd kind of... Actually, how will I do that? Because it'd be easier if you just read it. What I'll probably do is... Oh, shoot! I have to step back for a second because I forgot somebody. Hey, sorcerer! You corrupt son of a gun. You have an extra thing you have to do because you're a sorcerer.
Okay.
You have 3 ranks in sorcerer.
In corruption.
In corruption, which means you get 3 spheres, sorcerer spheres. 3 sources you pull your dark power from. They start on page 103 and go to 104. And those are examples, not exhaustive, but they are... each have something they affect. Because whenever you use corruption to do something, it has to be related to a sorcerer sphere you know. So if you don't have aging, you can't mess with aging in yourself or somebody else. If you don't have blood sorcery, then you can't mess with blood, and so on.
So definitely going to take demonology.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Good for summoning demons and unsummoning them. Among other things.
Let's see. So when you choose what your sorcery affects, like, do you choose per sphere, or is that what your sorcery, no matter what sphere you're using, always affects? Because, like, some of these can do both, some of these can just do one under their effects.
So yeah, something like fear can only affect morale. I can't break your arm with fear, but I can melt your brain. If I have demonology, I can summon a demon. I can hurt a demon. Not only can I break that demon's arm, I can also make them not want to stop. I want them to stop resisting.
Right.
So they show what that sphere can reasonably affect.
I love the bit in necromancy. Even if your smell is seldom pleasant, others come to you when they need services that only you can supply. Okay. So demon summons things. That's session shadow.
Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Oh no. And some sorts.
Let me scan.
Oh, go ahead.
Through the rest to pick. But what were you going to say? Sorry.
I was filling in. I was saying that some of the abilities, for those listening or watching this later, some of them are very straightforward, like air, earth, fire, water. Some are, a little trickier, like illusion, demonology, disease. Some kind of sound nice, like love, music, worship.
The way you've described sorcery, love doesn't sound very enticing, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, you can mend hearts with love. It's just that a lot of sorcerers use the love sphere for other things.
What's that new movie that's out? Obsession?
Yeah.
The guy makes a wish for the person to love him more than anything in the world, and that, goes about how you'd expect monkey's paw wise.
Reminds me of some of the old folklore around love potions.
Exactly that, yeah.
Let's do a little bit thematic here. We're going to start with demonology, fire. Oh, shadow is creepy as hell. Spitting corruption.
Hello,
Attack
darkness,
someone
my old
by
friend.
animating their shadow, or rip away an enemy's shadow as you hurt them tremendously. Jesus, that's creepy.
That is super creepy.
Gee, I wonder why the Inquisition is afraid of sorcerers.
Right?
Imagine going to the pub and everyone's like, "Oh, why are you so down, bro?" And you're like, "Oh, sorcerer ripped my shadow out of me."
Yeah, I like rooms with a lot of flickering candlelight for some reason.
So, weird question, but I figure I'll ask since I'm a sentinel and I do have spirit sight.
Yeah.
What does corruption look like?
Depends on the person, depends on the spheres they control. That's kind of how you can kind of sense the kind of corruption, because corruption is usually tied to spheres. So say someone has demonology, you might see a demon looming over them in the shadow. If someone has shadow sphere, the shadows suddenly darken around them and there's like extra shadows lingering off of their original one. Like someone who's corrupted is very obvious in spirit sight. It is immediately obvious to you. Someone who's the subject of it may also give that sense as well. Also, to extend that, you might spirit sight a room and tell someone with demons were here. How? I can see the shadows, the after images of demons lingering in the air. They're not here right now, but they were here.
I'm not so sure I'd want to advertise that too much, since from what I read in the setting, apparently the church likes to press gang people with spirit sight into the Inquisition.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's why you want to be really worried about Inquisitors, because Inquisitors, they can spot you. They can spot a sorcerer if they look straight on at them.
Yeah, but I don't know if spirit sight is visible to Inquisitors or to others with spirit sight.
No. You might get nervous around them if you knew they were a sorcerer. If you saw an Inquisitor and they looked at you, they may have to do something like liar's tell to figure out that you're nervous around them. But it's not but they do spirit sight and go, wait a minute, you're not a sorcerer, so why are you nervous?
Yeah, or if I react to something that they can also see, but people without spirit sight can't see.
Yeah.
They would assume that would be another obvious tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm thinking I might do demonology, shadow, and possession.
Ooh.
Yeah, dude is dark.
Uh-huh. Don't worry, you two. That's an ally.
Sure.
Don't mind the screaming of their shadows in the dark bit and the dark smell of friggin' frankincense and brimstone.
Don't mind that the more I use sorcery, the weirder my shadow starts to act.
The more I hear about Enzo's character, the more I look like the warrior guy from the warrior profession. I'm very worried.
Well, the possession also allows you to exorcise demons.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way you'll use it. You'd never.
Yeah, of course. Possessing dead bodies. Who heard about that?
Yeah, I'm torn between shadow and fire. I don't know, I may tweak with that because I don't have any points in stealth, which would work well with shadow. But I do have an intimidation, which would work well with fear.
I have to check something. Da 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 da.
Huh. Spending a point of corruption on fear could also let you draw fear away to improve your force's grit. That's interesting.
While you're working on that, how are the other two doing on their generals?
I've sorted my points out if you want to take a look.
You want your second highest ability. Your highest ability is currently 8, so the highest you can have is 4. The second ability can only be as high as 4.
I see. So, hang on. Use this to 4, then I have 4 extra, then I can do this, so it can be 5, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3. And if I do this, then I can do that. Is that right?
Yep.
God, that is awful. Okay.
It's a sort.
I think I'm going to.
You think you are as well? Okay, Ubag. Let's see. What's the thing at the top? Wow. No. Your highest is 12, so the next highest can be 6. 12 and 8 is not legal.
So
I thought it was the opposite. I thought the second highest max capped what your top could be based on when I was reading through.
Yeah, it is weird because that's how the description is written, but then when they do the example, it reads like, okay, if you have one at 10, you have to have one at 5. Whereas if just reading
your second highest decides your highest. That's how I read it.
It decides your max highest, but like that's like,
yeah.
Say if you decide to have 3 at 10.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, it's the other way. I have it the other way
Yeah.
around. No, yeah. I see what you're saying. It's like I have 8 as my second highest. In theory, I could go to 16. I don't have to, but I could go to 16 because the second highest number is the decider. Nope, that is legal. I'm wrong. You are correct.
Okay.
You are actually correct.
So how does that work for me then?
Yours was incorrect. You had 2 things at the exact same number. Well, actually, actually 8 and 8, because your highest. Yeah, no, you could have done that. You could have left it alone because the deciding number isn't the highest number. It's the second highest. The second highest decides your max. So I actually have that wrong. You could have left that alone. 8 and 8 is fine.
We'll do that then.
Because it's more that the second ability is capping how far up you can ever get at the beginning. You can make it better later, obviously, but at the beginning, it's trying to keep you from having an insanely hyper specialized character, and then you don't have like a second thing to follow on. It's like, have at least 2 things you can follow on that are good. Is what they're trying. I think is what they're trying to get you to do.
Question though, how good is it to have like 2 in something? Is that like you're not very good at it?
Think of it this way. They give examples on the thing, but mechanically speaking, if you say you're trying to hit, normally you're trying to hit difficulty of 4. So you roll d6, add your skill.
Right.
So
a 2 is actually okay, middling okay.
Yeah, if you have rank 1 to 3, you're a dabbler. You're not great at it, but you know what to do. You have an idea. 4 to 7, you're actually trained. You're considered quite competent. Anything above 8 is you're an expert at that. You are great at that. So 2, you're like, I can bind wounds. Not great at it, but I actually know what to do. Preparedness. I'm not super prepared. Whatever I have is what I have. But once in a while I can set things up. That sort of thing. So yeah, you're legal. That is a weird kind of like, thing about GUMSHOE. I believe that's GUMSHOE general. I don't think that's just swords. I think GUMSHOE in general is like that. Because it's trying to make sure your generals they're trying not to have a weird spike in there. So we heard demonology, we heard possession, but we're doubting shadow or...
I'm going back and forth in shadow and fear, but then I've got to think about I've kind of gotten away in my mind from the investigative portion of the game. Some of these would help with.
Hey, think of it this way. You might be able to increase your corruption down the line and get another sphere.
That's true.
You might be able to get it later. Just embrace the corruption. Don't mind the voices.
Where can I find descriptions of said skills? I'd like to know what preparedness actually entails.
Preparedness shows how prepared you are. It's on page 38. Preparedness is generally it covers you don't have... I need to have something, and I'm going to see if my character was clever enough to think of that in advance. Like, I knew I needed a getaway gondola. Oh, we need to get away. We're jumping out this window. Aha! I'm prepared. And because I hit the difficulty, I flashback. I actually set this up, and I knew a guy, and I paid him off a little bit, or I said I owe him a favor. Yeah, and then flash forward.
Wow, Blades in the Dark. Truly,
yep.
Blades in the Dark.
Very much so. And preparedness is kind of how... Now, 8 is where you get the full-on flashback. That's where you have full... You can, like... I made sure that guy's breakfast was poisoned. I made sure a portal that was kept locked and barred is actually ajar. Preparedness is gear, and it probably less. It's gear that you can get that you knew you'd be able to go. Oh, I already grabbed that already. Like, oh no, we need a crowbar. No, I got one already. You have to do a roll to see if you actually did. It's like, my character didn't think of that. Sorry. Or as they say, but more applicable to your case, such as lockpicks if you have burglary.
Those are like part of the standard kit. Come on. Standard adventurers kit.
Ha! You're funny. Preparedness is where we see if your character actually is smart enough to prepare, as opposed to I just went out with my shirt and boots and pants and said adventure awaits. Let's go. It's like, did you think to do any preparation for what you're about to do? No. I'll just buy it with wealth later. Do you have any money? No. I'll get the wealth later. I don't know how to prepare at all.
I'll be here all night. I'll be here all night and subsequent Saturdays as well.
Yeah, because some things you can buy with wealth. It's just that you start... I'm getting ahead a little bit, but you start at 0 wealth. The presumption is to get to where you are now in the adventure, to your first adventure, you've already spent. Or whatever debts you owed, you paid them off. Whatever bribes you need to pay, you already did. So now it's like, okay, to get by the next adventure, I need to make some wealth. So I can maintain...
Is there also a thing like in between adventures, you also spend all your money, so you start the next adventure empty as well?
No. So you... Each time you end an adventure, in between adventures, do you decide what level of lifestyle you're going to maintain? You start the game at comfortable. It is presumed you have a comfortable lifestyle. You start adventuring after you've been comfortable. If you want to maintain that, you need to have a certain amount of wealth at the beginning of a next adventure. And whatever you have left over is coin in your pocket. It's stuff, because wealth can be used in place of... There's a ratio, but you can use wealth in place of skills. So if you have no sway at all, you go, well, or you just want better sway roll. You want a bonus. It's like, well, not only am I a nice person, but here's $50. Like, oh, well, yeah, that's going to sway me a little extra, isn't it? Oh no, I didn't buy, I'm not prepared. I didn't grab lockpick. Wait, I have money. I could just go to a store and go buy some. I have money. So anything you have left over after your lifestyle, because there are different lifestyle scores give you bonuses, and having lower lifestyles gives you negatives, like immediate negatives or immediate bonuses. But in the flip side too, if you're opulent or wealthy, and you try to go to Sack Harbor, try to slum it, you're not going to look like a slummer. You look like a rich jerk who's coming into town waiting to be robbed. If you're broke, you're squalid, you're going to have a hard time going to Alderhall because you smell. You can't help that. Your clothes are crap. You haven't cleaned up in a bit, except in the dirty brine water you could get from your neighbor. sorry. It's like, well, that's
The
gonna.
guards stop you at the gate saying, "Sir, please, you radiate a most unpleasant odor.
Yeah.
You're not welcome in here."
Actually, in fact, since we don't like you anyway, Negative City Watch, you're being fined for being smelly. Like, what, really?
No. It's a double whammy.
Yeah. Like, I smell because I'm broke. Ah, so you must owe debts. No, I'm just broke. It's not the same thing. Well, it sounds like you're lying, so you're under arrest now. Hold on. But preparedness goes like, no matter what my wealth is, my character had already set this up in advance. My character already had this. Because the only gear you get is... The only gear that's presumed on you is... we'll decide these later, but there's your minor gear that's kind of flavoring. And then you're presumed to have some sort of weapon of some kind. You may be unarmed, but you're presumed to be armed to some degree. You're presumed to have clothes. But if it's actually something useful that gives you a bonus to your roll, like you may even have, actually one thing you might say is, my character does have lockpicks. I'm a burglar. I know how to burgle. It's like, yes, but you have a nice set of lockpicks that gives you +1 to your roll. No. Preparedness. Aha! I have a shiny brand new one I bought from Sac Harbor from this guy in from a dice game once. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's more accurate to the game. The game, Gumshoe can be kind of fuzzy like that. Because it doesn't want to weigh you down in bits and bobs. It's... and there are some hard gear. Because anything... Actually, that's the other thing. Anything you get from preparedness, you do not keep into the next adventure. I got a crowbar, but I need to give it back. Or it's kind of... it'll work for now, but it'll break. But anything you buy with wealth, that's yours. You bought it. That's in your gear now. Which really matters for some of the magical armor, or magical swords, or useful... like, some things aren't even about wealth. Like, if you have, like, a writ from the Treskadine that says you're here on city business. That's very useful to have. And if you manage to get it, you're keeping it. As long as you can. Better believe someone's going to try to steal it from you if they can, too. So, Demonology, Shadow, and Possession. Don't worry. He's on your side, everybody. Don't worry.
I did give myself some points in stealth, so that makes it a little bit. I'm trying to figure out if I've watered down my last 6 points too much.
Does anyone in the party have sway?
I've got it on 4+, yeah.
Okay, good.
My sway is 8, so I get play to the crowd as well.
Somebody likes crushing heads and is almost always going to crush heads.
God bless him. Yeah. Just like Tiberius. I remember that guy. He was good.
Yeah, both my
That's
sorcery
my character.
and swear are 8. Sorcery and sway, rather, swear, are 8, so I get the talent for both of those.
There's a reason my character has a drive of punching a punchable face.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm going to. My day is better now that I punched you. Oh, I have to pay you a fine? Okay, sure. Can I if I pay the fine again, do I have to punch him again? Cool. Bam.
This guy kind of leans into the negative social aspect of the game. I can heal a little bit too. It's just, it's really scary when I do it.
Yes. If you heal, you might get a third eye or something like that.
Right. It's like, when I heal you, it burns. Oh God, it burns.
So, I believe everyone's legal in their generals. Yes, double checking.
Yeah, I turned legal 10 years ago. I'm good.
And I'm just gonna kick someone real quick. No. Thanks for coming, I guess. No. Let's see. So the next thing you worry about after your generals is your mama. No. After that is no. Yes. Maybe. Is your health and morale, and that. You get 18 points, minimum 3, in health and morale. There's 18 points is split between health and morale. And if you have 10 or more in either, each thing, when you take damage, you have a threshold. People have to do at least 3 damage. Normally, they have to do at least 3 damage for you to feel it. If I roll just absolutely, if I roll 1+1 on an attack, most people don't feel it. You'll know I punched you. I made contact, but I didn't do anything. If you have 10 or more in either health or morale, if it's like 10 or more in health, that means I need to do at least 4 for you to feel anything. Or I have to beat 4, I believe it is. But yeah, you split up your 18 points between health and morale. And it doesn't seem to matter whether you're a warrior or sentinel or whatever. It's like, no, everyone gets the same amount.
Yeah.
Everyone gets 18.
I'm done.
I'm done as well.
I'm going 10 health and 8 morale because I don't want to be without morale when we're adventuring with the sorcerer.
Yeah, and I'm just the opposite. I'm going 10 morale and 8 health.
Goodness gracious, I'm going 10 morale and 8 health as well.
You might get beat up, but you're not going to give up. And one of you ain't going to be beat up, but they might give up. Just depends how demoralized they are, or frightened they are. So not right now, but for your talents, what I'll probably do is I'll put a little talent list underneath handout for each of you, so you can look up what your talent specifically does. Some of it's pretty straightforward. You might remember it just because you do it so often, but I just figured I'd save you the effort. We look at minor iconic gear. This isn't talking about powerful or epic magic items. Those come and go. What they're talking about is trinkets, something that defines who you are, something you wear around your neck, something you wear on your feet, a reminder of who you are. If you have at least 5 items of character-defining gear, you get 1 grit against morale attacks. That's basically armor against that sort of thing. You can remove stuff later on if you think it doesn't make any sense or they lost it. Or they just don't seem like it makes sense for your character to have it anymore. You never... and you don't need to roll preparedness for character-defining gear if it doesn't give you a mechanical advantage. If you just have like a cameo of a loved one, it doesn't really affect you one way or the other, you don't need that. A key to your house, that's kind of a weird thing. But, they have examples very specific examples on page 44. It doesn't have to be any of those. Those are just what they're driving at. So like well-worn uniform, a bottle of mouth poison, an empty water skin, a family signet ring, things like that. And you might have at least 1. 5 or more is probably smarter because you actually get mechanical benefit for it. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to have things that you're trying to signal to the game master something about your character. Like, because you have this, it's a thing you're fiddling with, it's a thing people see you wear or have all the time. So, and it's important enough your character always has it. No matter what adventure they're on, they always have these items on them. They're iconic.
I quite like the one for the thief. It's a bottle of mild poison, and the next one is a bottle of antidote that is severely poisoned. Oh, that's great. It's like, I've poisoned you. You want this antidote? You pay. And then you poison me even more? That's just a dick move. You want us to write this down under gear, is that correct?
Yep.
On the bottom?
It's part of your gear. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm double checking. But work on your gear, I'll figure it out. Not sure what I just heard.
I love that the barbarian warrior one is like long list of dead enemies, shorter list of alive enemies. It's giving Arya Stark vibes.
Okay, I understand what the game's driving at. I understand.
Really dumb question, but what is the tech level here?
Renaissance, sail, black powder.
Guns are a thing.
Guns are a thing. Guns by default in Swords of the Serpentine are not a thing, but GMs can introduce them because the tech level is close enough that it makes total sense, and some people just like having black. Think black powder.
Right. So we're talking more like Dishonored, right? If you ever played that.
Yeah.
Is that too steampunky? Actually,
A little too steampunky, but think more. Dial it more sword and sorcery level, more the other way.
right.
Though some people could run Swords of the Serpentine in a steampunk way. That they do give suggestions that you could do. You would have to house rule a lot of stuff, some of the stuff to make it make sense. But a lot of the corruption that poor guy gets through, no. It's like, that sounds like someone who has sorcery on the mind. Yeah, they list everything not having firearms by a stylistic choice, but not a mechanical balance thing. So people want them. They already gave rules for them. I think black powder weapons are cool. I like having them in, especially if you're close enough to Age of Sail. I'm like, now you're in that sort of Buccaneer-esque, black powder weapon sort of, especially when you have the reload of a firearm. It's of a black powder weapon. And it's the most loud thing you can. Everyone and their dog knows you have it, but hey.
I'm trying to figure out. So there are some spells you can gain grit from.
Mm-hmm. You can put up protective wards on people and increase the grit of people.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Fear can be used in the opposite way to bolster.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me want to flip back again. I don't know. Or of course I could always adjust my points and give myself 4 in corruption and do shadow and fear. What would I knock down? I did that. I don't know. I have to think about that. Anyway, gear.
Figure your gear. Figure your iconic gear. God, I'm suddenly reminded of there was what was it? Watch Dogs 1. Ubisoft tried to really harp on that the main character is like this Batman vigilante-esque character, and they tried to say his hat was iconic, and they said his iconic hat for Watch Dogs 1. It's just a ball cap with like the game logo on it. It's like that's your iconic. Like, do you know what that means, guys? You can't just call something iconic. That wasn't even the most important thing he owned. In fact, he wore different hats. It wasn't anything. His collapsible baton was iconic because that was that was his melee weapon he used all the time. Except kind of hard to sell merch as batons. I think some countries collapsible batons. I think a few countries might have a problem with it. No, his iconic hat. Everyone remembers his ball cap. What?
You know what they say? My back pain is chronic, but my hat is iconic.
You stole that hat from me when we last met in New York City. That's what that makes me think of, is what we did in the shadows. That's how we talk in Tucson, Arizona.
I have done my 5. God save them.
Okay.
I'm still working on mine.
A small, ragged stuffed teddy. Actually, you can read them off if you want. Sorry.
A small, ragged stuffed teddy bear. Locket with a faded image of her long-lost childhood crush. Faded fancy decorative dagger stolen at age 6. Bottle of miraculous vanishing powder. And right-hand leather glove with a heart stitched into it.
Ooh. That's a sad tale, I think. I'm already seeing in the gear.
We're trying to work something in there.
Very good. Very good. That's all fine. That's all very kind of... And yeah, you can have weapons. You can have weapons or armor in there. It just can't be magic. It can't be super powerful or anything. It's just...
Yeah, no, it's like in the book, it's a dagger plus 0. It's just a dagger.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's like faded, you know, all the details have gone off it. It's probably been worn, torn through the ages, so...
Can I take any sorceress gear listed in the book as this chunk of gear, or nay?
First blush, I say no. I'm gonna double check though. But first blush says no. I think that's something you have to buy or find, because they all have unique costs. You have to find them somewhere, or get them, or steal them from somebody.
Yeah, it's what I figured, but I figured it's worth asking.
Like, you might have something less a grimoire or sorceress item. You might have a book of shadows, and that's kind of what that explains why you know what you know, or how you found your dark connection to your dark power, or maybe a copy of the divine partnership and the agreements therein.
I noticed in one of the character examples that under the minor gear stuff, that a character had basically a background of being a smith or something, and so they had a dagger that gave them +1 that they had forged themselves. So would it be possible to have some sort of, you know, ring, amulet, something that gives me like a +1 to grit that I created out of sorceress stuff at some point, or nay?
Let me think.
Yeah, I mean, either way is fine. It was worth asking since I've noticed that in the examples.
Reading. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Book. I was in the right spot. I just scrolled away from it for no great reason. So what I'm looking at, just to bring people along with my thought process, as well as the players, I'm looking at things, because I think the examples I gave are something that usually is wealth 1, like a dagger or armor is usually a wealth 1, so someone reasonably could come into that in their life. A lot of sorcerer stuff are wealth either unique or wealth 5. They're kind of expensive or they're hard to get at, but I might find something that is not that... Because you're only asking for a grit increase, really, and I'm trying to see if there's an equivalent that does the exact same thing.
There's, like, if you look under runes, I think, I saw something that was, I don't know, our amulets.
Yeah, actually, you know what? That's another way to look at it. I'll think of it that way. You could have an amulet that you made yourself that increases grit by 1. Because the thing is, as well, if you find something that gives you more grit, you don't stack. Like, right. Same with armor. You don't stack armors. You just take the best armor you have. Same with grit. You take whatever gives you the best grit bonus. So, that actually wouldn't help you unless you had less than 5 items, because if you have 5 iconic gear, you get +1 grit anyway.
Okay, so that's not going to do. I'm not going to be able to swing my way to like +2 grit.
No.
Okay, never mind then. That was kind of what I was hoping.
I started doing the math myself. I was like, oh wait, is that what you're trying to do? Can you do that? I'm like, oh wait, you can't. Not that way. Not that way anyway.
Right.
Okay. GM, while everyone's thinking about their iconic gear, tell me real quick, what kind of culture is it in the city? Well, I mean, with regards to names, are we looking at like
Venetian, Italian?
Venetian, Italian. Okay, so
if you have
along those lines.
Yep, you could be, if your character has outlandish blood, or is actually an outlander, then you can start pulling from the rest of like various other traditions. Because then you get into European traditions, Mongolian, Hunnish traditions, Far Eastern traditions, if you're really outlandish. But if you're from Eversink, you're born Eversink, or you've been in Eversink for a long time, you'd have a Venetian Italian name, unless you have an outlandish connection.
And how would being named just as a nickname for a thief work out for you? So not necessarily a name, but like a one-word
that's pretty common.
sort of nickname. Yeah.
That's pretty common. You might like be the Gray Fox, Butterfingers, Whispers, It's like, I have a nickname, that's what I go by. Is that your legal name? If I go to the tax collector right now and look you up, is that the name you were born by? No, but there's a reason I don't go by that name. It makes the City Watch's job easier, and I don't want to do that. It's not in my interest.
So it also notes that you can tie in these items with your allegiances.
Yeah, because they're part of your story, right? They may explain why they like you or why they dislike you.
Right. So I want this guy to have a decent apartment, like in a place in town where maybe he normally wouldn't be expected to have an apartment. Basically, that his friends provide him this apartment because he's useful, and so despite his dissolute stuff and the weird places he goes, he has this apartment for reasons, and somehow.
And that explains the Triskadine kind of looking out for them a little bit. It's like, let's put you somewhere where you're not going to be picked up by the Triskadine trolling the Sag Harbor. Like, I'm going to be in a nice part of town, somewhere in Iron Cross or something, like a nicer place than my wealth would otherwise suggest.
Yeah, so if you could just, I'm not familiar enough with the city, so if you could suggest a neighborhood.
My first blush was Iron Cross. Iron Cross is kind of it's where the government is, where all the universities are, it's where all the bureaucrats are. It's a major part of the City Watch, but it's not too huge. Because you wouldn't want to go somewhere like Alderhall. Alderhall is where the ancient nobility are set up and where mercantile want to be set up, but they have to buy their way in. The temple market's probably not in your interest.
Yeah, but Iron Cross
makes the most sense to me. Given
government, courts, bankers, money changers, advocates, build, business, contracts, money.
And it keeps you close to the to Triskadine. Like they may be able to make a call like that a lot easier. If they want you to disappear, the Tangle's probably not bad, or the Forgotten District would be especially if you're an Outlander, it's a great way to make you get you a nice apartment in the Foreign District.
So where are the universities? Because it doesn't say universities in Iron Cross.
That's where the Imperator University is.
Oh, did I miss that? Because that kind of makes sense too, because demonologist research, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, exactly.
Nice apartment in Iron Cross.
And actually show you on the map. I can actually show you. It's not labeled just because if I keep other than the big labels. So Iron Cross.
Yeah, Iron Cross.
Yeah, Iron Cross. This whole aisle.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Something like Sag Harbor is kind of like, most of it's underwater. For example, Tangle is a little more rough tumble, but you can actually have a decent place. Temple Market sounds like a bad idea for you.
Sag Harbor is the coolest place in town, though. That's just looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if you know what you're doing and you keep your head on a swivel, you can buy. One of the things they say is Sag Harbor is where you can buy pretty much whatever you want, whether the Inquisition whether the Church approves it or not. But in a way, they kind of do, because commerce is divine. It's divinely mandated to sell and buy. It's just they don't report everything, and they don't give the Church its cut all the time, which is a problem. And even then, there's like the above ground market at night, but then there's like the underground market hidden away in like some dingy basement somewhere where the real scary stuff is bought and sold.
Right.
But hey, you know what you're doing? You keep your hand on soul. It's a great place to be. But I could totally see you in Ironcross. Harbor Approach maybe would be another place to put you. That's a nice part of town, but not too nice. But then it kind of puts you... That's if they wanted you to have connections in a mercantile-esque sense. I don't think that's to your advantage. It makes more sense Ironcrossy. Harbor Approach is one of those... because Harbor Approach is where people know... If they're officially coming into the city, that's where they come in, is Harbor Approach. Because they either get to the docks in Temple Market or in Ironcross, but there are some docks on Harbor Approach people come to as well. So if you're not doing like big business stuff, you might go to Harbor Approach and enter the city that way. If you're being secretive, you might come in through Sag Harbor, where you're not supposed to dock, but people do anyway, especially in the dark of night when the guards can't see anything.
I'm going to call it a nice apartment in the University District of Ironcross.
You might even be across the street from the Imperator University, like maybe just like right over there. Because densely packed, like imagine, because there's probably your apartment and like 5 other people on the same floor. And do they ask questions? Nope, they have their own problems, and who knows? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe they're the same thing you are. I mean, maybe not part of the same. You have no allies. You're not part of a cabal, from what I can tell.
Right.
But you know.
But I somehow have this little nice apartment in a decent neighborhood.
Yeah. I can totally see that. Totally see that. Because it explains your allegiance. It explains, like, well, what are you benefiting from? That's my benefit.
Yeah.
What about you, our Sentinel warrior? How are you doing? I see you even have a name now.
Still working on my character defining gear, honestly. Still trying to figure it out with my character concept in mind.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting there. I'm almost to the 5, but I still have a few more that I need to think of.
Oh, you put it there. I see what you did. Oh, for talents. That's what made me think of Sorcerer's Spheres. You might, for those who aren't sorcerers, you could put stuff. If you never think you're gonna get corruption, never mind. Leave it blank. You could get corruption. You might get sorcery whether you want to or not. That's possible. Very bad luck if it does, but you know. And well, you have a sorcerer in the party, so they should protect you from that. They might not, but they could.
What am I protecting people from?
From corruption. Because if people get a point of corruption, they're a sorcerer now, whether they want to be or not. It requires a very specific attack, and they have to really want to purposely mess with you, or you find like some cursed book somewhere. It's like, well, I didn't have sorcery before. You do now, because you're looking at the Book of the Yellow King, and you decided to read the whole damn play. You dolt. What did you think was going to happen? I don't know. I thought it was a really engaging story. It really connected with the characters. Yeah, if anyone protects you from sorcery, it's the sorcerer in the party, generally. Or an inquisitor who just kills the crap and burns all the books that look scary. Your sentinel will, actually. It's like, I wouldn't touch that book. What? The shadows of that book are trying to eat me. So, maybe don't read that book.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
I gave myself 6 things.
You did? Well, too bad. You have to go down to 5. Could you imagine? Actually, I could.
Yeah.
I suppose I joke about it. So what do you have?
I have a long leather coat that is somehow never clean, but also somehow never gets filthy. Armor 1. It's,
It's a coat.
That's the... Yeah. Finely worked silver flask, a nice apartment in the University District of Ironcross, and an intricate network of interconnected branding scars currently running across the top of his shoulders down over his shoulder blades.
I crazy? Isn't that 4?
Oh. Coat, flask, apartment. Oh, yeah, and then a hunting knife. Yeah.
Okay.
So 5. Yeah. So because he needed some sort of little weapon or something to cut people with.
It highlights that it's like, oh, it's not a big fancy arming sword. It's like, no, I fight with a hunting knife.
Right. I mean, I'm not the guy who goes and who goes and stabs you in combat. I'm the guy who stands back and rots your face. Or I mean, I don't know. Like sway is interesting as I guess I'm the guy who stays back and it shouts insults that really cut deep. I don't know.
You work on their confidence. It's like, I don't know. Looks like they're getting the better of you. Like, what?
Right.
Do you really want to keep fighting? You might die, you know.
You call that a fighting style? Jeez. Yeah, and that's kind of going to be his corruption cost. Every time, like, he ends a point of corruption, the branding grows. Like, and it grows like it's just somebody's put another hot brand on his body. So eventually his entire body will be covered with this intricate webwork of demonic scarring.
So you definitely don't want the church to pull you into one of their investigation rooms and examine you for demonic brands. Like, oh, they'll find them.
Right now it's very coverable, but depending which way it goes and how it goes.
Yeah, how much you lean in, how much power you pull from from your corruption.
Fifth item has to be something specific. Maybe I'll do something a little bit more imaginative than a hunting knife. I'll change that to an iron stiletto. That sounds like it could be something used in sorcery.
Very nice. And if you're there's of course looking up the names, but there is a random name generator that Pelgrane Press has, or they suggested. I'll put it in the Discord. Just probably should have did that earlier, but whoops. Where is it? Not for me, for them. I know how to GM. Thank you. Don't tell me what to do. I know what I'm doing. There we go. So the Sentinel Warrior looks like Amalia Dosai.
Yeah. And I am finished with my character defining gear for the time being. Finally.
Okay. So what do you got?
Pocket notebook and pencil, a beat up watch whistle with the initials GD engraved on the side, a long oilskin jacket many times patched and repaired, a necklace with a small gold-plated medallion which has been worn so much the gold has worn off in places, exposing the base metal beneath, hand-me-down chainmail, and a well-worn and well-cared-for rapier. Lots of hand-me-down gear that has sentimental value.
Very good. I wonder if this person is a martial type person who has an investigative mindset. I don't know.
So yeah, and I'm gonna knock Leechcraft down to 1 and put a 4th point in corruption and take fear as well as shadow for my sorcerer's spheres.
As our sorcerer is named Giovanni Sangue.
Sangue, yeah.
Sangue.
John Blood.
Pretty much.
So half Constantine, half Jason Blood. Now I just gotta find an image.
And what of our thief? What name do they
He
go by?
shall be... Squinting Sal.
Squinting,
I don't know, maybe.
Squinting Sal, quote unquote.
True name possibly revealed, I guess.
Oh, no. True name is like the magical true name.
Oh, yeah.
You
don't
may or may
mention
not
that
know your
unless
true
you're-
name. People can pay to learn what the true name is. The reason you'd ever want to learn your own is it gives when people get the funerary statues made, because when you die, your ghost lingers, and if they don't get a statue, their spirit doesn't have a place to rest safely without being attacked by corrupt forces. And one way to make a statue so hard to break, to keep sorcerers from possessing or controlling your spirit, you may put your true name hidden somewhere on the statue, so the statue basically becomes unbreakable, because the statue is now you, essentially. But most people don't know their true name. And when someone doesn't, and even if you do know it, there's actually a mechanical benefit. If people call you out by your true name, or you say your own true name out loud, you can give yourself bonuses. It's just, at that point, you better make sure anyone in the room who heard you does not walk away. Because that is dangerous information for people to know. Some people don't even bother finding out, because you know what? It's better I don't know. If I don't know, it can't hurt me, right? As long as no one else knows it, right? Because the sucky thing too, say someone you put your because one of the risks is if you put your true name on your funerary statue, and they find it, they can summon your ghost and force you to do things. So, how worried are you? But certain sorcerers may seek out your true name. They may use their powers of prophecy to peer into the secrets. But if someone's elucidating your true name, it's like, well, now that you told me it, I know it now, because you used it to make me do something. So yeah, that is your iconic gear. You have your names. You start with, on your sheet, the only thing we haven't covered explicitly is your wealth. Your current wealth is 0. Your lifestyle is comfortable. The book even calls out, you have 0 wealth when you start your first adventure, as it's assumed you've spent it all wisely or squandered it carousing, as heroes do. Wealth in the game is not a hard number of how many coins are in your pouch. It's kind of this more abstract. The coins you have, the valuable items you have, the debts people owe you, the influence you might have, the secrets you might know. That's all just sort of a blank wealth. And if you have 1 point of wealth, can be translated to 3 general ability points in a situation where it would matter. There is a coin table they put in the book. They advise not memorizing it. It's just more of a flavor thing, like how many tri-pennies to a bit, how many sigets to a bridge, how many bridges to a swan, how many quills, and then there's bank scripts. It's like, thematically that's a thing, but wealth is all you care about. And why do you care about wealth? Well, one, if you want to, you have to have at least 1 wealth spent on your lifestyle each adventure. Because that's you being squalid. That's you just making sure you don't starve to death. But you start comfortable. If you want to maintain comfortable, you must have at least 3 wealth at the next adventure. You must spend at least 3 wealth to maintain your comfortable lifestyle. If you have less than that, you go into low repute. Because at comfortable, that's a lot of people. There's no negative or bonus to that. You're just you're another person in Eversink. If you're struggling or squalid, you get low repute. If you're wealthy or opulent, you have high repute. And that is, those give you bonuses or negatives based on those sort of things. So if you have a low repute, you have, like I said, if you have low repute, it's easier to talk to people who are also broke or disenfranchised because, well, you're one of them. Of course they're going to give you a break. Yeah, you know what? You want to ask me a question? Sure. But like, flip side, if you want to try to talk to some rich person, it's kind of hard for you to fit in because you just can't look the same way as them. You smell funny. Your hair's messy. Maybe you take as good care as you can, but you don't have the fanciest perfume they're wearing this year because you can't afford that. You're lucky not to starve. But if you have high repute, flip side, right? Poor people don't want to talk to you because you look too. They either don't want to talk to you because they don't trust you, or they want to rob you. But higher repute people tend to want to have other higher repute people around them. So that sort of thing. So you spend anywhere between 1 to 5 wealth. There's no bonus to spending more than 5 wealth. And that's per adventure, not per session. You can use your allegiances to help you out. You can incur a point of grudge for a point of wealth. So you might ask an ally, "Hey, I want to maintain my comfortable lifestyle. Can you help me out?" Sure, but you better pay off that grudge at some point. And actually, you don't decide when the grudge happens. The GM does. Or rather, the people who hold that grudge are the ones that decide. If someone owes you a favor, you decide when the favor comes up. So you might actually if you have a favor with somebody, you might call in a favor and say, "Hey, you know what? Could you cover me? Could you cover my rent? Or help me cover my rent, I should say." Sure, okay. Cool. Thanks. The favors come and go, grudges come and go, ranks are forever, more or less. And that's your character's built. Honestly, aside from your pictures, of course, but yeah, that's your character. If you want to buy extra stuff, you need more wealth, so you have to gain it. If you want to live your lifestyle, you gotta get wealth to maintain it, to live. If you want better stuff, they give cost numbers for things. So your basic weapons, whatever your weapon is, you can decide what that is. It's just that, because most weapons, if it's like a pole arm, that's +2 damage. And that's as good as a normal unsorcered weapon is. It's like, can you start with one? Totally. Because the downside is you're obviously armed and you could never hide that you have a pole arm because no kidding, you have this big stick walking around. Of course you're armed. If you have a pistol, well, maybe they might not know that you have one until you shoot it, and everyone in the friggin' district knows you have it, because holy crap, that's loud. In certain items, you just can't buy with wealth. Like a badge of office is something that you would have to spend something like preparedness, or you would, because your allegiance with somebody, like someone with favor with the Tratskadari, you might be able to call in and say, "Hey, I need to get in somewhere that only government officials can go," and you might be able to go, "Hey, could you hook me up with a government papers?" Like, is it long term? No, but it gets you in the door. It lets you get around. Some stuff costs wealth. So like your leather armor, that's like a 1 wealth item. That's a nothing thing. But if you want like plate armor, that's something you normally have to buy. And obviously you're armored, that sort of thing. You can get sorcerer's items if you know where to look. The Inquisition doesn't like it when you do that, but what are they going to do? More or less. So yeah, that is your characters made. Any questions about your characters, about Eversink, or about the wider world?
I'm sure many will come.
No, I'm good for now.
No, nothing from me for now.
So, to reiterate, you're all freelance slinks who have decided to work together for one reason or another. We have a sorcerer, a thief, and a sentinel who's also a skilled warrior. My question then becomes, actually, you know what? I can sort of answer the question based on your allegiances a little bit. I'm going to pull this up in front of me. So in the opening crawl I said earlier, where I'm talking about the rise of a new sorcerer's cabal, the rumors of the Grand Kingdom of Capri, possibly launching an expedition, the undercutting of the mercantile, building cheaper and cheaper homes to in excess, which may be benefiting the Church of Denari. We have a friend of the Triskadine of the government. We have someone who's connected with the City Watch and with some mercenaries, and someone who's connected with the Thieves Guild and the Commoners. And actually, one of you is an ally of the Watch, and one of you is an enemy of the Watch, which that will be interesting.
Fun.
So Amelia, Dustside, Squinting Sal have a bit of are on different sides of a particular conversation. Somebody has friends in the Watch, someone has enemies in the Watch. But hey, you two work together.
Yeah, happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I wonder, in the rumors that you've heard in inns and tavern halls, how do the three of you feel about crisis is a strong word, but the current issues at hand? Like, are you trying to make use of these conflicts? Are you trying to stay out of it? Are you picking a side, such as it is? Or are you trying to be your own side, as your own little slink group? Or are you just kind of taking work wherever it comes from? You don't care who gives you the work, you just care that you're getting work. Because I will say, based on these rumors, freelance slinks are going to become very useful very quickly, because someone's going to care about what's going on. Someone's going to want to know more about this cabal. Someone's going to know what's going on about the nobility. Someone's going to know who in the mercantile are benefiting from this the most, so the commoners can actually get houses that won't rot. Because the thing about Eversink is, as it says in the name, it ever sinks, and no one really knows why. The city is always sinking, and they build on top of over and over and over. Like the city, I think the city sinks like every 6 months. It sinks at least a few centimeters. There's a part of the city in the docks, I think it is. There's the armory, where there's like a wall that keeps people out of like their shipbuilding area for the Navy. And every 6 months, they pay for bricklayers to come by and re-wall and extend the wall, because the city just keeps sinking. But so there's a certain level of, hey, you know what? If you want a building not to completely be underwater, you want it to be livable, you have to build another floor. You just have to. But you know, certain mercantile are, for some reason or another, not building so nice, and that's very, very dangerous for certain people. Yeah, how do you three feel about what's going on as your own little freelance group?
Well, as far as Sal goes, I think, you know, opportunities are plenty, but always mostly look out for yourself and your own, right? So helping out the local community where and when possible, but also this little group of ours, I think Sal would like to ensure that everyone's somewhat on the right side of the wrong side, so to speak. You know? If that makes any sense.
I get you.
Might need a little bit more elaboration, though. I'll get a portrait as soon as I physically can. I'm still searching.
Oh yeah, I get you.
Do bear portraits as well.
I'm currently satisfied with that one, but I'm going to keep searching for something I like a little better.
Here's another thing we can decide in this prelude, this prologue. Where in Eversink you all live. You already have an idea Giovanni Sangui lives in Ironcross somewhere.
Yeah.
Actually, I can
It's
look
a sanctum, at least.
I can look up you're near the university somewhere. Right? There's a specific spot. There it is. It's up here. So you probably live here in this area.
Cool.
Given your current comfortable lifestyle, I would hazard to say no one lives in Alder Hall. Not yet, anyway. Unless you're literally at the beginning of the game saying, I want extra wealth to be... I want to be in high repute out of the gate, but you're in debt. You're in debt immediately.
What is the equivalent of the poor quarters?
That would be Sag Harbor, the Tangle, or the Foreign District, in order of which one sucks the most. Although some people would say the Foreign District sucks more because they're Outlanders. But it's like, look, if you want cheap housing, the Foreign District is not a terrible place to be, even if you're from here. But yeah, Sag Harbor is broke as broke can be. Like if you have a nice, like if you're comfortable in Sag Harbor, you're one of the few apartments that are above the water line, and is actually like, built to some degree, or you might have like a houseboat. Whereas the Tangle is you're actually on like solid land with like apartment buildings and stuff like that. Foreign District is rougher. Iron Cross is where a lot of comfortable stuff is. Temple Market has a lot of comfortable stuff, but that's a lot more mainstream. Temple Market's a lot more well-to-do. Not high repute necessarily, but if you have a nice, decent apartment in the Temple Market, you're probably not doing too bad. But if you want to be broke, Sag Harbor.
Yeah, I'm fine with being from the Tangle. That's like not too broke, but somewhere up there,
Tangle is... Just give you a bit more detail on that, just to make sure I'm not misleading you. I'm pretty sure that's because the Tangle. The poorest part of native Eversink. It was once the upriver harbor. So yeah, this used to be the nice part of town, and then, well...
It sank a bit more.
It sank a bit more. Slums start taking up the place. Lots of tenement buildings. If anything, I would probably think that you'd probably hear a lot more. And I think you have ranks that would give this away to you too, out of the gate. Yeah, you have city secrets. So yeah, no. The Tangle is one of the places where there's shitty tenement buildings. Like you might have neighbors, or you might be in a building that is, it should be comfortable, but it's made terribly. Or someone, like the next door building is made of, they built the next few floors and it looks rickety. It's like, look, this is a Tangle. This is the nicest part of town, but it shouldn't be that bad. Like I shouldn't be worried the building next door is going to fall over. But on the plus side, that's where the lesser guild houses and chapter houses are, because guild houses, the really, really nice ones, like the architecture and building guild, they're based in Iron Cross because they get work all the damn time. But if you're like, a lesser guild, yeah, they probably have business in the Tangle. It's just the rent's way cheaper. But what about Amelia Dussai? Where do you think she might be? Basically, I'm assuming she. I assumed she on the name, but I might be wrong.
She is correct. Not sure. I'm leaning towards somewhere close to where my buddies at the City Watch might have there.
There is a watch chapter house in each neighborhood. It just depends on how good a job they have. The two biggest ones, I would say, are in Iron Cross and Temple Market. Temple Market, they are there, but they are so that is the largest island, and it's where anywhere in this, if you look anywhere on this anywhere on this island, there's a market stall somewhere, either on the water or off the water. People rent out their buildings for businesses, but people live there too. And of course, there's the Haven, the Grand Temple Plaza, and somewhere, I forget where they are, but they're like tucked away in their own little cul-de-sac. And yeah, our job is the entirety of Temple Market, with every thief, every minor thing that goes on, and maybe at some point we'll get around to murder, but we so don't have the time because we're so damn busy.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty
I'd
common place.
probably aim for somewhere a bit like average
Yeah.
as far as like a fairly comfortable area. Ideally somewhere kind of central so that I can get to different investigative locations easier.
It would either be Iron Cross or Temple Market. Those would be the most common City Watch-esque connections. Like if you're a sentinel looking for work, those are two places that need your help because they're busy. They're usually busy with other
Iron
Cross. Okay.
Just because I don't want to be too close to the temple where the Inquisitors hang out.
Probably not. No.
Just because I don't want to tip them off to the fact that like I have the site. I don't want to end up ganged into the church.
You have your own reason not to draw their ire or their attention. What's that? What did you see? Nothing. I didn't see anything, I swear. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong map. Boop.
Hey Corby, I'm having some trouble uploading the token. Can I get uploaded to you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can.
Cool. Because for some reason,
some of my existing Roll20 assets and seeing if one of them can be reused.
Where's the?
Or he's called Squinting Sal because one of his eyes is permanently, black, poked out maybe.
Square. We're dodging courthouses, Architects Guild, Sages Guild, Counting House Row. So you're probably, I have you in the right spot. You're probably like here-ish. Here-esque. Here-esque. Oh dear God. Poor Sal.
What?
Poor Sal. I just saw Jamie's thing. I'm like, God. Squeaky. Did you want a different border? Also, you're a little off the token edge there.
Oh dear. Sorry about that. You can get it back, I think. Hang on.
Ow. I was shrimping really badly. I was like, why does my back hurt? Well, if you shrimp in your chair, it hurts. Who knew? Even going with a different border will help. It's just that the border you happen to choose is thin enough that it revealed a corner.
I'll get you a new one. There we go. We're out of time.
That one's even worse. No.
There we go. Fixed. I think the border is okay like this.
Yep. You're cool with that color of border?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Cool. Let's make sure you weren't going with the default just because. Just because you don't have to. You don't have to suffer. Edit. Upload. Squinty. Eventual load. Actually, it shouldn't be that big. There it goes. Go back to the screen. Actually, the funny thing is that your portrait shows up on your sheet too. I actually like that they did that for the sheet. Whoops, I have to come with you. So you're not this one anymore. You're this one now. Scale you down a bit. Up. Squinting Sal. Save. And since we have you figured out there, we come over to Eversync. Sal is over here somewhere. Like, look at that guy. That poor soul.
Wow.
Like, someone wrecked that guy's day. That guy's a hard life.
Good lord.
That's why he's squinting. Always one eye,
Hey, Squinting Sal, how you doing? Shut up.
Shut your mouth.
After a while, it's like, you know what? I just stopped correcting people, and it confuses the tax people. So, I'm not in a hurry to correct them. And one thing I'll say as well... Oh, go ahead.
I think I found a token I want to use. I just need to, if I can get it in.
Oh my god.
Go ahead. You're gonna say something?
No, I was just gasping in anticipation. Like, wow.
Okay, now.
Well, now I'm not going to show it to you. Forget you, jerk.
Second distance off. I just find it amusing that in some of the art assets that I bought, they have people labeled as human that are clearly either half elves or orcs.
Mm-hmm. Just put little temporary pins down. I think what for? You're still getting your thing sorted. I should put a pin down to show where people live, because you people are going to move around on this map. This is going to be our main Eversink map. There is a world map, but just to show you, scale-wise. This here is Eversink.
Oh. So you speak.
He's big, but he's small. He's big small.
You have the Grand Kingdom over this way, just across the bay. Then you have the Pirates of Min and the Horse Lords. And those are like your two big national neighbors. Actually, funny thing, I found out that there's a nearby castle. That castle there is the capital of the kingdom. So, and these in Eversink and the Grand Kingdom are both rivals economically. The problem is Eversink just has one. They have their own goddess that practically encourages and blesses all trade. And the river Serpentine, this super long river, right? So many resources are found, and if you're willing to go all the way out to the mountains, you can get a lot of resources out of there. Oh, and the thing to mention as well, the Grand Kingdom sometimes launches attacks up to. They try to conquer this. I forget what it's called. The plateau. It's a something plateau. I have to look it up again. But it's like crossing the Serpentine is super difficult because a lot of sorcerers' power, like I mentioned before, the Serpentine Empire was once based largely off the Serpentine River. And even when they fell, it left a lot of their sorcerers' power. Which, cough, cough, nudge, nudge, there's a certain city at the mouth of the Serpentine. I wonder why they benefit from things. World markers. Our heroes. We read. We have.
Ow, that hurts.
Take that.
Don't put that there. No, not in the other eye, God.
Sal's apartment. Boop. Actually, can I put that in the foreground? Hey, I can. Ha! Right on the eye. Down there. Then go to the foreground. Grab. This is where Giovanni's apartment. My Italian pronunciation's gonna be so terrible, but I'm gonna try.
It's okay. We just are talking like this the whole time.
No.
Gorlami.
Mario.
Chris.
I've been changing my name to Mario. You two, I call her Luigi and Wario.
Oh God in heaven.
No.
You asked for this. You said a game in like Proto-Italy. You asked for it.
Venice, it's different.
Please. That's what the Venetians would have you think.
They're right. They had more Byzantine influence. Well, they did flee from Italy, and then because the Huns in the fall of Rome, and then they were part of the Byzantines, then they weren't part of the Byzantines for complicated reasons.
Stinky Venice.
Venice is a nice place. What are you talking about? I've actually been.
Well, I mean, it is, but I mean, the canals, they do have a certain scent.
Oh, landlubber. Can't appreciate the smell of water.
Paris smells like pee, so.
That's Paris. That's not the same difference.
It really does.
It's not the same difference. So, we have our portraits. We know what we all look like. Wow. Amelia looks quite somber.
She's so sad. She's so sad.
It's a placeholder until I can find something better.
Yeah, fair.
All right. So then the question becomes, where do you three freelance slinks meet up? Where do you go to plan to, because at this point of the story, the three of you, somewhere along the way, the three of you learned about each other. You learned each other's drives, we'll put it that way. I wouldn't say secrets per se, because everyone has secrets that they may even keep from themselves to a certain degree. But the three of you know each other, and now you're freelance slinks. Time to take on Eversink, make some money, maybe live through whatever the hell's going on in Eversink these days. But where would the three of you want to try to meet up? I would not suggest Alderhall. I don't think any of you could afford to eat or drink there. Not yet, anyway. I suppose the question becomes how nice a place do you want to eat? How secretive you want to be? Do you meet each other's homes? Do you meet up at a bar?
I'm in favor of a decent pub, like somewhere comfortable with good beverages.
I think maybe we regularly haunt a particular inn in the Tangle, maybe?
That works for me.
It works for me as well. That's my home turf. I was thinking we could meet somewhere in the middle, like on neutral territory in the foreign district, but Tangle's okay.
Hey,
We enjoy the protection of the people in the Tangle, at least for me, anyway.
Foreign district would work too, whichever one y'all peel.
I mean, if you want to eat and enjoy foods that don't taste like anything at Eversink, foreign district's it.
Yeah, no, now that you mention it, Tangle might be a good idea. Don't worry, there's a nice tavern there called Tavern. The Frayed Suit. Yes.
Frayed Suit, you say?
It's a good place. It's a good place.
Frayed.
That's our tavern.
It's your tavern of choice in the Tangle. Where's a good place to put that? The notable places in the Tangle are the Sunken Arena. It was an arena where lots of cool sports stuff and fights happened, and then, well, water happened. People still go to it because, it's still there. There's the orphanage. God, that's marked. There's a major hospital in the Tangle because, it's almost like all these poor people get sick all the time. Who knew? There's Rabble Pond, which is like, as you can tell, Rabble Pond's like here. It is it's a place where you can dock, but it's more meant for locals. Honestly, like foreigners could go there or travelers could come in that way, but why? Come into Harbor Approach, You know, you don't have to get all through this mess. Locals go here. And there is the abandoned... abandoned? No, that's not right. The inactive lighthouse. This lighthouse used to be active, and for some reason it isn't. I'd have to look up why.
You know what? We could fit it next to the hospital, and we could call it the Drunken Physician.
No, it says the best foods and pubs in Eversink are in the Tangle, hands down.
Well,
There you go.
I don't know about that. Foreign district's more my speed, but, you know, I'm not from Eversink, so what do I know?
Well, sorry, we don't really like a curry. I mean, curry makes me poop.
Well, don't get the curry then. Get something else. Oh, no, I can't have the curry. Well, they have other things. Why'd you order that? You knew what would happen.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
so,
I kind of like a curry. It's a national dish, isn't it?
So what do you think? Next to the hospital, call it the Drunken
I
Physician?
just killed Corbidian. I heard that slap.
Drunken physician. I can't spell. Thank you. Oh. The drunken.
Druken is a Nordic word.
We're Danish.
Scandinavian joint, yeah. The Druken Angel. The Druken Physician, yeah. Ja, sorry, I bet you.
For
Now we're in Minnesota.
it's like Venice, but like not.
Venice of Lake Michigan.
So yeah, it's near the hospital. Seems like, I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like the kind of place where the local, not just physicians, but binders and leechers would come to take a break, get something to drink. But hey, that also means the food's probably decent, and the drinks are probably decent. And if you get sick, well, you know, there's a few people who are on their break. Maybe someone will help you.
Yeah, fair enough.
And, you know, it's kind of out of the way. You know, it's not the sort of place the Temple Market Inquisitors will be bouncing around unless someone does something stupid and pulls their attention here. But, you know, it's near the hospital. People generally don't mess about there because, you know, don't pee where you eat, as it were. I know what the actual phrase is. Shut up. Yeah. Place. Oh, I was looking in the wrong part of the book. That's why. Oh, Sag Harbor, such a terrible place. Such a terrible place. Good place, but also a sad place. Because, oh my god. Tangle. There we go. Couldn't find it for a second. Huh! To quote the book, the Tangles Hospital is less a place of healing than a gateway to death. Overcrowded wards fill this low, squat building sitting on the corner of Bell Avenue and Copper Street. Oh dear God. And leechers expect contracts signed upon admittance to the hospital and later payment in full, regardless of treatment.
Wow.
Most die of infection in the hospital, but given the choice of people rotting in the Tangle streets or dying screaming in the hospital, the Tangles board drop the injured, bleeding, the sick, and the dying off at the hospital's door. And of course, it is not charitable, because charity is a sin, so you always have to pay something. If you're truly destitute, they will churn you away. Supposedly, the hospital is run... Actually, here's one thing you might be a little concerned about. Nominally, the hospital and orphanage are run by the church. But, you know, they run it in the sense that they encourage goodly acts, as Denari insists, but you're not in Temple Market. You're in we're being nice to the poor in that we let you have a hospital.
Yeah, they're hospital administrators and accountants is what they are.
Yeah. So, what would you say the Drunken Physician's like, you three? I mean, this is your place. This is your haunt. This is where the three of you go. Is this a place you go to because you like it, or because it's the only place you could think of that was safe for the three of you to meet?
Go ahead.
I'm thinking that since we're freelance sinks, this is kind of where you come to talk to us and hire us, kind of thing. Like this is kind of our regular haunt. If you need to find us to do whatever it is we do, this is where you come.
Yeah.
So, maybe
Also,
like a kind of lower middle class kind of joint
Yeah.
where, okay, somebody wealthy wouldn't normally go to such a place, but it's not such a dive that they would feel like super uncomfortable. They would just feel like they're a little better than the place.
Yeah,
But, if somebody wanted to hire us, they would still, somebody with money wanted to hire us, they would not be incredibly uncomfortable or scared to come down there.
yeah, it's a tangle, but it's not Sag Harbor. You're not asking them to go really out there.
Right.
So, look, it's it's lower class. It's not like destitute. I don't have to have a small navy just to get there.
I'd also maybe as a cool fluff thing would say that this used to be a part of the old hospital, but it has been refurbished into a pub, and the tables were actually operating tables that they used to perform operations on.
They probably just throw linens over, so at least it looks a little nicer. But it's these are really weird shapes. They're kind of rectangular, and they have little wheels with little stoppers on them. It's that's because these are operating tables.
We don't mention those, but the drinks are cool enough for your taste.
Oh yeah, one thing you want to get used to in Eversink, salt is immensely valuable. So much so that it's used in place of coins for payment, because it's used as a preservative for the most part. And so don't expect salt to be in your food, unless most sinkers have a bit of a sweet tooth. That lots of spices because it's a trade town, so heavy in pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, sardines and raisins, onions seasoned with vinegar, that sort of thing. There may be Outlander dishes, but because the church can be kind of picky about stuff, and some of the more conservatives of the city can be a little, we want Eversink food. What they'll do to make it okay, they'll get Outlander food, and then they'll replace the main protein with fish. They go, see, it's an Eversink food. One of the examples I give is they'll, instead of like a skewer of meats, they'll replace it with bits of fish, and they go, see, it's an Eversink food. It's yeah, that is not normal in Eversink, but it's also kind of weird as hell. You're being weird to be weird. But there's lots of imports of beef and mutton and chicken. Those aren't. Although it does point out illicit chickens also wander the streets of the Tangle and mysteriously find their way onto tables, because you're supposed to pay tax on those because they're imported. Pigs are everywhere. Salt pork is the secondary staple of fish. Oh yeah, get used to fish. Get used to eating fish all the damn time. And prepared in a variety of ways. Breaded, sautéed, baked, fried, raw. People aren't huge on that. It's a little outlandish. But, it's fish, so it still counts, right? It's Eversink because it's fish. They like their eel, like their shrimp, their squid, their razor clams. But how do you folk enjoy your food here? What kind of food do you think you have in your favorite little haunt? Well, your working haunt, maybe a better way to put it.
Sal would always normally just get like the real poor people food, which is fish innards with a bit of bread, and that's maybe it, you know? Fish innards made in a soupy kind of way. Delicious.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah, but that's very poor people food. It's what you get with the dregs, you know?
Mm-hmm. Hey, they serve it here. It's like, hey, look. I mean, it's, hey, we're based on the tangle. We're not delusional.
Right.
We want the locals to actually come here once in a while.
I'd probably go with some sort of bread and fish soup most of the time. The stew.
Hmm. How about Giovanni? What's his culinary delight? Such as it is.
Whiskey.
And after the day is done, a glass of red wine, because of course.
Oh, yeah. With fish, though? Wouldn't it be white wine?
She likes red better, but she would use it as a post-meal drink.
Ah, yeah.
Like, not drink it with the fish, drink it after.
Mm-hmm. What do you have with your whiskey there, Giovanni?
I generally drink my lunch.
God almighty.
Dissolute, remember?
Oh,
It's
sort of sad sack that eat. That's like, oh, I just want bread. You know.
yeah. Bread and
you want
like
anything
olive
else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bread and like, olive oil with the seasonings in it.
And actually, one thing I'll point out to you, because you have forgotten lore, language-wise, everyone's presumed to speak Coinish, basically the language of the Bay of Coin. I mean, Eversink's the primary place, but there are like little villages and hamlets along in the swamps and stuff, and in that part of and along the Bay of Coins in Capri. But Coinish is the most common language. Everyone in Eversink knows Coinish, unless you're an Outlander, at which point you learn Coinish because you have to, and it's obvious they don't speak it very well. But it is not to say that Sal or Dosai don't. Sal and Amelia don't know other languages. You probably do, just because of your work. But however, Giovanni, you know multiple languages because you have to, because of your forgotten lore. You encounter other languages in your studies. To give you an idea, now you could have languages that are like literal, like other country language, other national languages. You could know the Serpentine tongue, which is a very common sorcerer's language because there's a lot of texts that are written in that language from the old empire. There are the secret language of Sigini, which is supposedly the divine language of Denari, which may be useful in knowing. Oh, I take that back. I kicked myself. You wouldn't know that language. It's a secret language, Doi. You would need to have at least 5 ranks in Forgotten Lore and Allies Church of Denari. There's the regular holy books, and then there's the Singini language, which is super secretive. But yeah, what sort of languages do you know? You know at least, what did it say? Someone with ranks in Forgotten Lore is fluent in 2 additional languages per rank. So
that would give me 4.
You know 4 other. Is that right? My brain math just melt per rank.
You're gonna have 2 points.
Yeah, 4 points, don't you? Oh, and Forgotten Lore. Doi. I was thinking corruption.
Forgotten Lore. Yeah.
So you know Coinish and 4 other languages. I will say, and there's a certain level of. I will say to you, there's a certain level of. What do you, as I say, what do you think? There's a certain level of, this is your Eversink. I'm giving some guidelines the book's giving me, but there's certain things you're filling in as well. Like the tavern, for example.
So are we talking like sorceress languages? Are we talking just like
Either. Could be
regular-
sorcerer's languages, could be regular languages. It could be dialects of Coinish that have been lost over the last 1,000
Right.
years. Coinish is the current language, but there have been other dialects that have come and gone over the years.
Right.
But everyone understands Coinish. No one will be lost if you say speaking Coinish.
It says they can be declared whenever it would be useful to declare your fluency.
You could do that.
And then, yeah, that gives me a chance between now and the next time I play to read up more about
or
the
just
languages
declare
and
it when it
stuff.
comes up. It's like, hey, by the way,
Yeah.
I know that language. That's
Right.
totally legal. You could totally go, wait, what language is that? It's this. Aha! I have a free language.
Ah! Surprise!
You can totally do that. Yeah. I wanted to highlight to you just to make sure you knew you have it. You do benefit from that.
Cool.
Benefit of knowing things you're not quote unquote supposed to know, quote unquote. Yes,
And
I
can
double
spend
quoted.
a pull point to establish a new fact if I want to. Looks like.
Yep, yep. So, what kind of where out of town you hoping to pull work from? Who you like? I mean, I get the feeling. Is there? Oh, actually, another way to put it: is there anyone you don't want to work for? Any employer you're going to make sure you don't meet? Like, even if they say we'll meet you there, you don't show up. Like, nope, we're not. We do not take jobs from these people at all. Because any faction, you're just no. We are not talking to these people. I don't care what unless they're paying stupid money, which, you're too new. How much stupid money could they? And also, if someone you don't like is paying you stupid money, there's probably a trap involved.
Yeah.
Probably the church, right? Given our connection with Giovanni, I don't think the church would ever want to take a job for them, right? They'd sniff him out.
Yeah, we don't want to work for the church, probably. Or at least not for the Inquisition.
Yeah, looking over the list, that looks about like the biggest one. Or,
Or the Cabals.
I mean,
I don't think we want to work for any of the Sorceress Cabals.
Why not?
One's enough. Imagine a whole cabal.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, no. I clicked a button I shouldn't have. I'm okay. I just have to reload the book now. So, no to the
I don't
church,
know.
no to cabals.
I'd take a Cabal's coin. Might give me a chance to learn about the enemies I might meet.
Or allies that may be hidden in shadow and secret.
Oh. And honestly, I'm not necessarily against taking the church's coin, particularly since they have so much of it. We just have to, play me in the background.
Fair. We might want to, have the rest of us meet. And you just, lurk off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be okay with taking the church's coin. It's just more not wanting to expose Giovanni to the risk of exposure.
Yeah.
You're more interested in working for the priesthood.
Yeah.
And, upholding trade and contracts and stuff, but you're not really interested in helping out the Inquisition.
Right, yeah, sure. I mean, definitely up for investigating to see if somebody's breaking the terms of a contract, stuff like that. Divorce cases, whatever.
Yeah.
And Giovanni's cover, I guess, he's a researcher and a scholar. That's why he hangs around the university a lot.
Because you're either at the university or at the Sages Guild.
Yeah.
Especially as a researcher, you have a good reason to be in there.
Yeah.
Because usually in the Sages Guild, you're not allowed to be. Tourists can go to the university, but they can't go into the Sages Guild. You're either of the Sages Guild, or you're someone who works at the university who needs something at the guild.
Yeah. Now, when I'm in there, I may be reading things I shouldn't supposed to, but hey.
Yeah, trying to get to the parts of the building where the books are chained to the wall because they're forbidden.
Right. Right. But yeah, that's his kind of cover. So he wears respectable clothing besides his somewhat grubby coat, but it's kind of always in a state of dishabille,
How about the other two? How are you looking as you're enjoying your food and drink?
Occasionally, so Sal is like a relatively beat up man. He likes to cover himself with a dirt-colored hood of a sort in order not to attract any unwise attention from anyone else. Tries to blend in with the local flora and fauna, that being the poor strata of this city. His eye, as you can clearly see, one of them is swollen / it seems to be in a permanent state of disrepair. It might have been an old injury or something of the sort. And he's downing his fish gut soup with much gusto, just awaiting. Occasionally, with some of the other patrons, if they're willing, I'll tell him occasional what's it called? Gallows humor joke,
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines.
Alia would, if it's raining, she'd be definitely wearing her oilskin coat, but otherwise probably have it with her just in case it starts raining because coastal city. Would also probably be wearing her armor if on duty, or just like if working or just coming off of work.
Do you work in the watch?
No.
Oh, so what do you do for work?
Doing the freelance investigator thing.
Ah, okay. Because you're expecting it's like, well, we might go to work the minute we might get a client like today, so I better be armored up so we can get up and go, so I don't have to go back home, get all my stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Ah, yeah. I follow.
Rapier likewise, just because I'd rather not be unarmored if I have to get into a fight. Or unarmed, rather.
Let's see. Someone's going to approach you today to speak about what is to come. Load. Thank you. Would you rather have the Thieves Guild reach out to you or the Triskadine reach out to you?
Kind of indifferent on that, but if others have a preference one way or the other.
Let's do the Triskadine. They're mysterious.
Well, you are alerted that through, Giovanni in particular is alerted to possible work that someone in the Triskadine wants to offer you some work, and they want to know where they would send an agent of the Triskadine to meet with you, and you would likely tell them where it is they are to go. That isn't to hell, because you're friendly with them, and they're friendly with you, and you know what? This isn't just a you problem. It's like we kind of need a bit of extra information, shall we say? We need some slinks to look into something.
Right. It's just a me problem. It's bad problem.
You meet a lady of of no great repute. Clearly a bureaucratic functionary in the muted caramel colors of someone who lives out of their office in Iron Cross, who is the sort that Squinting Sal, I think you don't normally see. You see these people in the Tangle rarely. They usually go to like the bigger buildings, like the arena or the hospital, the orphanage. Like they're the administrators who might come by to check on something on behalf of the city. But yeah, normally you don't see functionaries like these, like her, kind of wandering around. But this is a mid-class to low-class sort of place, so she does not stand out at all too much. She stands out in the fact that she to get here, she'd have to take a boat from Iron Cross or walk through Temple Market to get here, or she might live here. In some cases, some poor souls have to commute from the Tangle to their job in Iron Cross, which that sounds like an expensive proposition because you have to pay for a gondola and everything, and it's the whole thing. But she comes on by. She looks about the room. She checks her notes. And looks up and then checks her notes, and looks up and checks her notes, until eventually she looks up dead on at Giovanni, looks down at her notes, aha, and then she strides on over to your little table. Hello, it is a pleasure. I believe you are the Mr. Sanguine. And she reaches her hand
look
out
up at
to
her
you.
from under my brows.
I do have the right table, yes?
I've kind of gestured to the seat opposite us.
The one she's sitting in.
Right.
She looks around a little uncomfortable at the other two, and is starting to wonder if she got to the wrong table.
I'll say, hello?
Hi, and you are?
Amalia Dosa is what people had to call me.
I see. And, oh, dear God, are you okay, sir?
Is she talking to me?
Yes.
I'll look up from my soup, and I'll just slowly nod.
Oh, okay.
Giovanni will toss back the last of his whiskey and refill it from the bottle on the table. Well, you found me and my friends. What do you want?
Well, I, on behalf of my superiors, wish to entreat you to investigate and procure information about check my notes. The Virtuous Organization of Ironmongers. There is some suspicion that they are inducing themselves into certain household projects that, well, as you can imagine, iron would be poorly used given our, well, the salt of sea and such. Iron is not one to be celebrated in the building of such holy buildings or even minor buildings. Now, normally these ironmongers do all kinds of fine things. It's even in the name. They build nice bracers for like countertops, cabinets. They make like bracers and things like that. But they're not normally known for being part of houseworks and architecture. And well, there's only so much that we can look into without drawing too much attention and alerting them that they may or may not be in trouble. There may be nothing. But my superiors suspect that there is something.
This having anything to do with the rumors of less than up to code construction happening, particularly in the less affluent parts of the city?
Roll for me sway. She's going to tell you something. I'm trying to see how much she tells you.
Okay.
Because if you get really high rolls, if you whack the crap out of a roll, you get extra information. So every 5 over the number.
Okay, so do I put my points in the modifier field?
I should do an example roll myself because I don't know how the roller works necessarily. Just make this a number so I know it rolls something.
Let me try, and that one should
See if it
tell
just
us.
adds. Yeah, you put it in the modifier. Yeah.
First roll.
No, that was me.
Hey, first roll.
Sorcery.
Did you do it?
You're unleashing sorcery on this poor lady. Why?
Oh, sorry.
What did she do?
It's the same number, so it's my fault. If you want me to make a reroll, but I have both sorcery and sway are at 8.
Okay, yeah, that's
So,
fine.
yeah.
I was like, what? Why? What did she do? Are you telling me something? Oh, she'll tell me things are right. Whoa.
Which I think I could just like say that a result of sway or something is I do it through sorcerous means,
You could, yeah.
but I'm not. That was just player error.
Error.
It'll happen.
Quote unquote. The dark powers are reaching out to you. You sorcery on this random lady. Why? 'Cause it's funny.
Because it's funny. Yeah, it's the demon that is inside me.
And your talent's playing to the crowd, which is what you need to do at the moment. So yeah. 2, 3, 4. Yep. So you ask her the question. She kind of says, "Well, I can either confirm or deny that, but given that we're enticing you or hoping to cajole you into working for our efforts and the efforts of the city, I think it isn't untoward to say that in my professional opinion, I think they may be a contributing factor. Now, how much of one, I don't know. If they are the primary factors, then we may change the fate of Eversync in a single job. But Eversync being Eversync, they are probably a single facet of an otherwise leaky boat. Rusted.
Nothing's
and
ever simple.
No. But we are willing to provide a payment of 15 wealth in scrip and tax rebates.
Slightly chokes on the sip of whiskey that he was taking when she mentions 15 wealth. Which, for what you say, I'm understanding is quite a decent amount of wealth, particularly when you have 0.
Yeah, that you could live for a good chunk of time. You could be living high on the hog, like the most comfortable high repute. You could rent out a room in Alder Hall just for giggles. You could see the opera house. You're so wealthy.
I wipe my mouth on my sleeve after sputtering a bit and go, sorry, that well, I think we're certainly interested.
The condition is, of course, evidence that exonerates them in its entirety. We need some sort of copy, some sort of evidence that we can provide to the Triskadari to assure them with all confidence that there is nothing wrong, or clear evidence of their malfeasance. So either ideally original copies, testifying witnesses, or evidence of sorcery that may reveal that perhaps they are not acting on their own. Although that would get remitted to the church, obviously. But if that is evidence, then we will take that evidence and we will submit that as the law requires. But we need clear, pressing evidence. Either way. Mere opinion and conjecture will not be enough. If that were the case, I would be getting a promotion. I suspect plenty. But I do not have the authority or resources to investigate on my own. So those resources that I can mobilize, and my superiors can mobilize, will be going to activating the 3 of you to a more subtle end. Because if I use those same resources to mobilize a mercenary company or the Watch, I imagine much paperwork suddenly gets thrown into the water and rusty locks suddenly magically fall apart and we lose everything. They may beggar themselves for a month just to keep themselves from being caught. To it, she reaches into her bag and fiddles with her papers and pulls out a nice sheet of vellum. Finely written, nice little lettering, official contract paperwork with pre-approved seals from the Church of Denari, because of course it's a contract, and to make it extra enforceable, it's better to have them looped in. Also makes it, and it shows exactly what she is offering. But is there any one of you I should say extra information to based on your knowledge?
Maybe something related to with my thief skills.
Yes, I will say unto you that you sense there is a certain level of skullduggery occurring here. They are obviously they are listing you as freelance investigators contracted to civic adherence and upholdance of contract and legal law. Like, it's this very roundabout way of never saying your name or naming who you work for or who your guild is. They're trying to dance around the fact they're hiring freelance slinks. Because it doesn't sound good to say that you're hiring slinks. Because it sounds, you could argue that sounds like they don't trust the Watch and they don't trust the mercenaries. That's because they don't. They'd rather pay a lot of money to some slinks than empower the guard to do something.
I see. Okay. If I can, are we all literate? Could we all assume that we are all literate?
That's a safe thing to say, yeah.
If I could take a scrip of paper, I'll just write down to Giovanni and like slide it over to him. And just be careful of who you're making deals with.
I mean, I know these people.
And you know they probably would have
will-
offered something this big if you didn't have allegiance with them.
Yeah. I look at Amalia and nod as to say, you know, I'm in on this.
I nod back.
We'll be happy to assist in this investigation.
You would
Donna Giavazzi.
So I would sign here. Takes out a little stamp. Makes some people jump up as they hear the noise from your table. She gives a little wave, and people just sigh, go back. Like, this is the sort of place I get the feeling people don't really pay too much attention to other people's tables.
Right.
It's like,
Doing a
noise.
contract in any place in the city can't be that unusual.
No. She turns around, slides over to you. You see 3 blank lines, and Amelia, you know from laws and traditions that if you have a seal of some kind, you would write a name or some sort of endorsement that legally binds you to the contract, and then you would put, if you have some sort of seal, you would seal it as well. But if you don't have a seal, which I don't think any of you really have a reason to have one, Giovanni might have one because of his stuff with the university. Like, he might have a university professional seal of some kind. But you might, as a person who works with, as a sentinel who typically works in ways. But that's more like a mercantile or a ancient noble thing, or a government official like herself would have to have like, she's stamping on behalf of the Triskadari.
Right.
Am I being overly suspicious to check it out with Spirit's Eye to make sure nothing is cursed on this?
Nothing but the guy sitting beside you.
You could look at it. You could open up your spirit sight to see if there's anything weird going on.
I think I will, just to be on the safe side.
So the way, and also a thing that you may have noticed I've been doing, I'm just calling out information. That's because if you have if you have a rank in something, you get leads. You get a lead of something, and if you, like you just did now, you ask, hey, could I use this ability? If there is something to tell you, I'll tell you. If you want to know extra information, then you spend points, because you're being awesome. You're not just good at the job, you're being amazing. Problem is, when you spend points, they're spent until the adventure is over. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. I don't really want to spend a point on it. I just want to, like, open my eye to it.
You glimpse the edges of the spirit world. You open yourself up to look out for weaknesses and the barriers of the mortal and spirit. You sense no curse or possession to the paper or the woman across from you.
Okay. Cool. Then I will examine it using my knowledge of laws and tradition and make sure that there isn't any kind of, like, weirdo clause in it that will get us in trouble.
Yeah, you looking it over, it is, most of the wealth you're gaining here it isn't hard currency, it's tax rebates and favors and exemptions, which to the untrained eye, to people without law and tradition, like, you know, both Giovanni kind of startled when it was, like, on its surface explained as, hey, it's a lot of money, but it's like, how does that much money, like, how would that even work? What am I going to do with a rebate card? Where would I use this? It's like, no. If you buy your groceries from this place in Iron Cross, then you basically have a massive rebate. You don't have to pay taxes, which is huge. So you actually, like, you suddenly are able to fill up your whole kitchen for, like, a fraction of the cost. You can grab a gondola ride over a certain civic subsidized gondola service, which sounds crappy until you find out, oh wait, I can use the premium service for free, essentially, or for pennies on the dollar. It's like, you know what? It all adds up. It's a very Triskadani way of paying people. They don't pay in a ton of money. They pay in influence. So your life becomes a lot easier, and a lot of red tape is promised in this document. And it's all stuff they can actually promise. It's all stuff that's within the government's power. It also, cough cough, it feels like they're also dodging taxes a bit. But it's barely legal because it's not coin. It's services and favors rendered. Now, a certain tax collector might get ticky-tacky about that and might spend points of law to get her in trouble. Or maybe you in trouble if you decide to poke their nose too much. But on the surface, it looks okay. I will say, you could you'd have some points in law and tradition, though you have one. You could spend your one to add something to the document. Like point out something that she left out, or some law that she is either breaking, or something she's supposed to automatically give you. Like, she doesn't realize she's invoked a certain article.
So is any of this in cash, or is it all in like?
There's some cash, because there has to be some money being traded for it to be legal.
Right. Okay.
Pardon me for my ignorance, GM, but has she perhaps mentioned where we could start?
I mean, we know what is it, a guild, basically?
Yep.
Virtuous Organization of Ironmongers?
Mm-hmm.
I would say to you, Sal, you have city secrets. They don't sound like one of the big boys. All the big guilds are in Ironcross, which all the small ones are in the Tangle. So they're probably in your neighborhood somewhere. You probably walked by their office and never knew it.
Well, if they need finding, I'll find them.
If you would all sign and seal, I can let you get to work.
I'll sign and say I don't have a seal.
She nods. Like of course, but she's being polite.
Giovanni will sign, and he actually does have a seal. It's actually on his leather tobacco pouch. It has a silver signet. Because it turns out the Sangue family is old.
Oh, you have some ancient nobility connections?
No, just the family is old. That's not necessarily nobility, but maybe it's more of the dark. Maybe it's the darker line of the sorcery that the family's been involved in for quite some time. But anyway, it's just flavor. He has
Certainly.
a sigil, a seal.
What's your seal look like?
I don't know yet.
We'll figure it out together at some point.
Yeah.
What about Sal?
Yeah, we'll figure it out when I ask to find my true name.
Sal will sign, and he will take his stuffed teddy and dip one of the eyes that's like hanging off the thread. It's like a button. He'll dip that in a bit of ink.
Verona will lend you like an ink pad, which sees you're trying to do that. Oh, I had a pad like right here. Go ahead. And you stamp it with the eye.
Yeah, I'll stamp it with the eye. Yeah.
She seems unperturbed by this. Like, man, there's all kinds of seals. Who knows? She kind of blows over it and kind of flicks the paper a little bit to kind of help the ink dry a little faster. And when she lets it sit there for like a little bit. Well, I wish you nothing but the goddess's grace and fortune. And should you... Well, I believe Mr. Sangue has the means to summon me once again back here once you have the information you're contracted to find.
We should be in touch hopefully soon.
And she gathers up the contract just in time for a server to come by to try to offer her something. Verona, in full upstanding citizen, takes out some coins and hands them over to her for taking up space. Because nothing is free in Eversink. It's not a ton of money, and actually the person's kind of like, oh, like there's a clear look of, oh, I thought I'd have to argue with you about paying. Like, buy something. You're not allowed to just sit here and go away. Buy something, you jerk. It's like, no, here you go. Like, oh, I'm not used to being paid on time. Cool. And they wander off like, oh, okay. And then they come back to you like, oh shoot, did you want refills? Did you want extra food?
Shake my head, no.
So, good Slinks, what are you gonna do?
I'll look over to my other fellow Slinks and say,
well, you know, it's not every day that someone comes up and offers you 15 big schmackers in order to do a job.
Yeah.
Triskadine is not short on coin or tax exemptions and rebates, that's for sure.
Well, if you want, I can put my nose to the ground, see what the local guilds then say.
GM, do I know anything about this guild from Forgotten Lore? Does it pop up? Anything I remember there?
Let me take a look, see if it applies. There's a spooky thought. Literally.
Might not.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Forgotten lore. Legend, superstition, political, and historical and general lore.
Just if anything shows up there, it might, but might not.
I would say, the lead I tell you off of Forgotten Lore is the name Virtuous is a signifier from the church, which means that they have done iron work for the church at some point in their history. And thus, and to such a meaningful degree, they're not considered divine or holy, because that implies ownership or permanent charter from the church. But if they're considered virtuous, that means they are a private organization that contributed an immense amount, not a donation, because that's illegal, but, you know, they contributed and they were rewarded back with the signifier. So they are tightly aligned with the church in some fashion.
Okay.
Or at least they were.
Yeah.
Though I would highlight that they are still in the tangle, despite the signifier. If you wish, you can gild that particular bit of information through your knowledge of Forgotten Lore. You may know things that that you're able to elucidate. Or you don't have to. I told you what you need to know about that.
All right. Virtuous in their name indicates that at some point they've done some serious ironwork for the church to the level where they were rewarded with that title. So at some point they were closely connected with the church. Maybe still are, maybe aren't. When you're spending points from your investigative abilities, did they refresh between sessions or between adventures?
Between adventures.
Okay. That's a long while, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to spend the extra point at this point since I only have 2 right now.
Yeah.
But they're still here, headquartered here in where we are. Of the Tangle.
People go about their business eating, not paying attention to the slinks at their table.
But that's all I really know about them.
It's more than I know about them.
That's more than I know about them as well.
Right. So,
Actually, hang on. Can I get some information, or some more information on that guild that we were asked to seek out? The Iron, which was it?
the Virtuous Organization of Ironmongers.
The Virtuous Organization of Ironmongers. Can I try and put my ear to the ground, say where they're located, who leads it, if there's anyone of note, or any particular, standing that we should be aware of?
Through what means are you hoping to elucidate this information?
I'll see if I can go around the bar, or perhaps the Tangle itself, around on the streets, and see what secrets I can elucidate from the locals. Rumors, word of mouth, things like that.
So you're looking for scurrilous rumors
Very much so.
that point at them. Okay. You go out and about, even in the bar itself. And the rumor is they're under investigation by the city. But then again, that happens. That can imply anything. That could be improper permits, late work, too early work, undercharging, overcharging. Could be a lot of things. Because ironwork's also something that is used for weaponry, right? And ironmongers don't necessarily make the weaponry. They're the ones who buy armor from elsewhere, then maybe refine it a little bit and then sell it off to an iron worker or an armorer or a blacksmith or whatever to make stuff. And I would go further to say that rumor is that their fortunes are on the rise and that perhaps Denari's blessing is looking upon them far more readily than it did in the past. Which is a sort of double-edged way of saying either they are divinely lucky or someone is affecting their luck. Someone in the church is directly affecting their luck.
I see. Where may we find them? Headquarters, anything?
That would be... Get you a pin. Actually, I don't need a pin. They're a building. Are they? No, they might be a pin. We'll find out together. World markers. Yeah, they're not a battleground. They're not a cave. They're not a village. They're not a portal to hell. These are more world mappy things, except for the smaller stuff. Yeah, so a pin makes more sense. They're iron workers. Should be in the foreground because these move around. And the question is, where in town are they? I would say they aren't near there. They aren't near there. They are... Oops. Helps if I'm on the correct layer. Shrink.
Okay, I'll go back to the gang, and I'll share with them what I've found. Right, if you're looking to go look into the guild hall, perhaps someone of more repute than me should go. I'm not quite the most pleasant looking, perhaps, but you, on the other hand, Mr. Giovanni, a dashing suit, a touch of whiskey. You know how it is.
Well, that's one end we could start from. We could also see if we can't... You have context among the people who are most commonly suffering from these new construction incidents. Maybe we could use that to get in and take a look at the some of the scenes of incidents to see if perhaps we could determine if the use of iron was part of the problems.
Therein lies the problem. I'm not sure if my contacts will be able to get us into the scenes. That may be under city watches, guys, if it's still an active investigation.
I have contacts with the City Watch. I could see if they could help us.
Capital, better you than me.
Sounds like a plan.
We could split up, try and report our findings personally. I don't want to step within 3 feet of City Watch if I have an opportunity to do so.
So, have we heard anything about the Watch? Well, that's a good question, Amalia. Have you heard anything about the Watch investigating these things?
Have I? Yeah.
Oh, you are friends with them. They might have shared some stories with you. And the answer to that is, there is no official investigation into the matter.
I figured since it's...
Actually, there's no investigation.
Yeah, I thought so, since it's just happening to the poors, after all. So it might be, Sal, that your contacts will point us at least to the direction of where some of these things have happened and what's going on, quicker than anything else.
You can certainly go ask.
But yeah, if there's no official investigation, then I think you have contacts among the commoners, right, Sal?
I do.
So that would, probably be the quickest way for us to find out where some places are collapsing or, what's been exactly happening and maybe let us go take a look. And without the watch around, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Because particularly if it's tenements or whatever, I think we can pretty much go there on our own. What do y'all think?
That seems like a good idea. GM, a quick question for you. Would I happen to know any families that have been affected by this tragedy? Personally.
Tragedy?
I would say so. I would say so.
I'll sling my sling over my back. I know a mother. She recently lost one of her boys in one of these accidents. The story goes as standard construction accident, the works, but I always guessed there was more to it. We can go check her out if you want. She lives not far from here. A generally likable folk, I think you'll find.
Yeah.
Well, come then, and do try and put on your best. Dress down, if you can, Mr. Sang. These are commoners, after all.
Yeah, he doesn't dress like a noble or anything. He's just kind of,
You stick out like a sore thumb in a poor district, though.
It's the equivalent of, think of John Constantine's slacks, a white shirt and tie, but it's never, it's always rumpled. The tie's hanging halfway down his chest or something. So,
definitely a level of no repute. It's you're not going to get bonus to talking to people. Hell,
right.
Sal, you're actually doing pretty good. You're actually among those in the Tangle. You're doing good. You're doing good. You look like shit sometimes, but you're dressed okay. You're fed. That's a pretty good day.
Yeah.
You even stand out a little bit in comparison to the average slummer in the jungle. Though you are still a commoner, you're just more comfortable than the average commoner, which is a sad thing to say. Do you all get to go to meet the one Miss Ascari, Santina Ascari?
Yeah, let's go. I'm going to have to put my Word document over here. We're not chatting too much in Discord as is, so that'll work. That way I can see the map too.
So, you come to one of the lower floors along the water, the edge of the tangle, not too far from the old lighthouse. And although there are floors above her, she is at the floor where it's starting to get to the point where she really should be thinking about moving. Like it's like within the next year or 3, her home's gonna be underwater or submerged to a significant enough degree that she's gonna need waders.
Yeah.
And in this humble little space, cramped with its old wooden furniture, the breeze outside, the trickle of water bringing along the brine and smell of the canal, she sits in her little chair, cupping a little ceramic cup full of softly gleaming water that she's sipping at.
Ah.
I'll give a gentle rap on her door and sort of poke my head in.
Nay, young Sal, it's good to see you.
Mrs. Fenchurch, so sorry to bother you. Do you think we could have a moment of your time?
Oh, anything for good Sal.
I brought some friends with me. Is that alright, ma'am?
Oh, they ain't the watch, are they?
No, they're not the watch, as far as I know, anyway.
Okay,
They're
then.
good people.
Well, they're not with the watch, so that tells you that. She sits
quite
in
right,
water.
ma'am. I'll, lead everyone in.
Nod to the lady.
Ma'am, we're here to actually ask about your boy. We've been hired to look into it.
Not her boy.
My boy. She stares at her
You know,
water.
Ma'am, the one that passed away.
She says something in a foreign tongue. And she makes a gesture over the water she's drinking. And takes a sip.
So corruption allows me to sense scars left by past corruption spins to see a faint signature from sources where corruption has occurred. Do I get anything from this scintillating water, or is it just
Yes.
Topo Chico? Mm.
That's interesting.
That is a bit of sorcerous water.
Yeah.
Or ensorcelled water. It's a better way to put it, perhaps.
Right.
My boy. Oh. He was so proud of that home. He wanted to show me around, He he had a second floor. You know, 2 floors, and he got the second one. He wanted to save money. Because I always taught him, don't use up money on a top floor when a second floor will do. And he was gonna bring get a new girl, which would have been nice, I guess. And he was gonna get a pet, and he's gonna get a new job. He was gonna.
Ma'am.
You're gonna have to roll sway. She gets a little lost and.
Yeah, I'll roll this sway. Any modifier?
Your skill in the matter, definitely. I have to check what the where's the freaking cheat sheet for difficulties? I know.
Wait, do I put anything in the modifier, or will it take? The
you put it. You have to enter in the ranks you have.
Yeah, however many points.
Gotcha.
Poked by. Oh, it's that guy.
Ugh.
And he had such pretty eyes. What are you saying, Amalia?
Oh, I'm just curious if I sense the corruption on it as well with my sight.
Your sight would highlight that the cup appears to be but a bucket, or small cup if you will, amidst a much wider pond or lake, scintillating like crystal. And you see in her that the corruption isn't spreading to her. She is not the source. This is a ensorcelled item. Which I'll highlight, that is not cheap. Most ensorcelled stuff start around 2 to 5 per item.
Right.
Just to give you a rough idea.
We've also heard of this, was it the Sacred Order of the Splendid Water? Is that what that roughly translates to?
And he had this laugh, it would just light up a room. He would tell stories about how, he would win people at checkers, and unfortunately, Sal, it seems the good lady is just lost in his life and is unwilling to face his death.
I see. I'll look over to the others and just kind of shake my head.
What exactly happened to your son's house?
It's about to sway as well, but I have to see. I believe there is adjustments for people helping each other. I don't know if you roll to assist or you roll to help, because you're both doing the same thing. You're both swaying this. You're trying to sway the same stuff to you. It's like, lady, we're trying to help. Please talk to us. You're not even in trouble. You did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to shift her thoughts from the son to what happened to the house. Okay.
Look up the rules.
Where's the rules section?
It's in there. I remember seeing it. There's something to do about.
Yeah, me too. I just don't remember.
And it's not in the shorthand stuff at the end of the book. I'm like, shoot. There I am in the rules. I'm in the rules. Passive active leads, spending points, core leads. We'll have something as hidden, best rule, allegiance, allies, tests, simple tests, revealing numbers, general spend, alertness. Cooperation. Agree with terms undertaken, which is saying the leader may spend any number of points from their pool, adding them to the die roll. the assistant may pay any number of points from the pool. All but one of these is applied to the roll. Oh, so you could spend points to increase the result of your roll. So if you're assisting, you could add your points as well. He rolls 5. Should I reveal my number at you? I'm going to double check if I'm supposed to.
Well, it has to be higher than a 4, because 5 or 6 is a base success.
Yeah. Should not usually reveal exact difficulty numbers.
Right.
But when information will be evident to you, that a GM should indicate whether they're easier, harder, or harder than normal. I would say this is harder than normal, because obviously you didn't get 5 was not enough, so this is not she is not easily swayed.
Okay.
So it's a matter of whether Sal wants to spend another with sway points, or you want to as you're helping him.
Okay, so tests are different from general rolls, apparently. Hold on.
Well, simple tests are applied to general abilities. You don't do tests for investigatives. Either you know it or you don't. Whereas
right, but
check.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if we've been doing it wrong. Instead of rolling d6 plus the total of your sway, it's d6 plus however many points you want to spend, and then your sway pool starts decreasing. Because that's what it's sounding like reading piggybacking and cooperation.
If you roll a single d6, if your results are equal to or higher, you succeed. Before rolling the die, you may choose to spend any number of points relevant general ability pool.
Keep rolling even when your pool drops to 0, so long as your rank of that ability is 1 of higher. You just don't add any pool points. So that's what it is. You can each roll a standard d6, or you can add however many points you're willing to spend from your pool before you roll to try and get a better roll, and you have to do it before, which is why the what is best in life things are more powerful, because they let you do it after, so you can bump it.
Oh, so yeah, I was actually wrong. That's why I'd asked for modifier. I was like, why isn't it doing it automatically? It's because it's not supposed to be automatic. So, in fact, you would have rolled a 1, because I doubt you were going to spend all 4 points of your sway on a single roll. So yeah, you think sway is not the way to go about this. And we have been doing that wrong. That's my mistake. That is my mistake.
No worries. When I was reading the cooperation, I was like, wait a minute.
So the question is there another way you wish to pry information from her or her home?
I can intimidate her. But I don't really want to intimidate her. We could also just try to let her run down. Okay, she's a lonely old lady. Maybe she just needs to talk to somebody for a while. Maybe we can distract her with something and go back to it. So I will say, pardon me, ma'am, but the water you're drinking, it seems to sparkle in even this dim light.
She looks up at you, meets your eyes. She's not talking about her kid anymore.
Fair enough.
Not saying much of anything now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
She looks over at you, Sal. Friends?
Friends, madam. Not guard. Friends.
She looks back over.
I raise a curious eyebrow.
That bit of water has brought me peace where others fail or otherwise give me a bit of the stillness, the quiet. This brings peace. And if you seek peace, I know where you can purchase it.
I'd imagine such water would come at a hefty price.
For those in want, services can be done instead. That's how I did it. I made a fair amount of sweaters. That's how I got mine.
Well, spirits know peace is something that I could certainly deal with some of. Where, pray tell, does one purchase such?
Well, call them as they are, Giovanni. Drugs.
I know drugs. I haven't seen anything like that cup of water.
Man, where'd you get that thing? Is it from old Jackie down the street?
Not old Jackie!
Her eyes drift over to Amalia. He peers at her. He peers at her.
I'll meet her eyes.
She sips her water.
Can I, as she puts the water down, can I try and fast finger it from her? Almost, sleight of hand it from her?
She, if you want to spend a point, you can have her set it down. I was picturing her kind of cupping it in her hand, sipping at it, and then just kind of holding it in front of her like she's never really letting go of it. But you could induce into the story that she at some point sets it down at just the perfect time for you to do something about it.
She spend a point of what?
I feel like this feels like a bit of skullduggery.
Skullduggery?
By spending a point, that means I reduce my maximum to 1. Is that right?
You reduce your current to 1. Your max stays the same.
Okay.
Because your max is your
And
max.
And I regain it at the end of the adventure.
Yep.
I'm not that desperate for a bit of water. I'll go check if she has a picture that she refills it from somewhere.
So is she going to tell us where she gets it from? Because we've asked.
Oh, she was going to answer, but someone's being a nosy bugger.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
You would not. She does not seem to have a picture of it. It seems that she only has that cup. There's other cups and other containers of fluid here, but not the water she's imbibing. That seems to be the only thing she has.
Okay.
Valdivide? She says at Amelia like she knows what that means.
I don't think I know what that means.
You
So,
said
I will look for a confused look.
Is that some sort of different language?
it is.
Ooh, I bet I speak it.
You happen to know the lost tongue of Rudatha. And she's asking, are you a hero of light?
Do I know what that means with what is it? It's not Forgotten Lore. What's it called? Save changes. Go back over the character sheet. Forgotten Lore. It is Forgotten Lore.
Yep, you're right. I was wondering why you're going off there. I was like, no, you're right. Unless you know a better one. It seems like the correct answer. It implies that she's a devotee to the goddess Rudatha. Or like not an inquisitor, but like a figure who fights in the name of Rudatha. Which, no, unless Amelia knows something you don't, she's probably not a hero of light. The answer would be, if she were to answer the affirmative, it would be, I fight in the goddesses. I stand for the goddess. Because a hero never self-invokes that they're a hero. They simply say, I'm doing my job. I'm loyal to the goddess.
Right. Does it... Can I tell if it looks like the woman wants her to answer in the affirmative or the negative?
In the affirmative. Like, I'm not sure I can go into more detail because that's a different answer. I can't answer you further than that given your current abilities.
It's the Lost Tongue of Goth.
It's in the roll 20, but I'll put it in there.
Oh. Yeah, I got it. Rudatha. Sorry, I for some reasons heard Lost Tongue of Goth, and I was like, oh.
Oh, the goths have tongue, yeah.
We're all going to Hot Topic next.
Time to sing some Bullet for my Valentine.
I hear Bela Lugosi's dead. He's dead.
Say it ain't so.
He's dead. So I will respond in the same tongue. Despite appearances, I do try and stand with the goddess.
Is that truth? Because you do not have the capacity to lie. Unless you have some other skill that's going to help you, unless that is actually true, but you lack the ability to hide your lie through liar's tell. Unless you have.
Is that also how that works? I thought it was just telling you were.
It lets you know when someone else is lying, but it also is how you keep yourself from being caught. Because you hide the nervous fingertips.
Okay. It depends. Well, I mean, okay, are you a hero of light? One of this character's thing is, yes, he has, his magical abilities come from the demon inside him. He's a sorcerer. He treads that dark path, but he fights against fate by trying to, fight the good fight and to help people and to do, use his powers for right and subvert the evil of them that way. So, I mean, in that sense, yes, he stands with the light.
I will let you roll sorcery.
Okay. There's something I can do as a sorcerer that lets me... Hold on.
Poor Amalia being like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And this is last scene, yeah. We're over time, definitely, but I was like, we'll finish out this lady.
Okay.
We'll finish her off.
Yeah, I will try and get all the sorcery stuff read thoroughly before next time. I wasn't sure which way I was going, so I didn't go down that rabbit hole initially. Okay, where is it, book?
Oh, so yeah, keep in mind, this is a little harder than normal. How many points of sorcery do you wish to spend to try to convince this woman you are in fact with the light? For you sense that you can demonstrate this to her in a way that is you kind of safely reveal the color of your sorcery to her. And that convinces her that you are a soldier of light. If not a hero, you're at least a soldier. You're in the same direction. You're fighting the same thing. You have to call them out before you roll, as I've learned. Whoopsie.
Right. Okay, so make standard general ability test and just describe the results as coming from your sorceress spheres. The game mechanics and results remain the same, only the visuals differ. Climbing a wall.
So you would describe which sphere is what's convincing her. Is alerting
Okay.
to her the fact that you're not an enemy. Or at least you're a friend of the light.
So, am I basically using sorcery to give me liar's tell for a thing? Is that how...
You're proving you're... You know you have a
Okay.
hard time lying to her, but through sorcery you're able to show her
Right,
visually
okay.
or into her that she is in fact... that you are safe.
Okay, then in that case, I'm going to use the fear
Arguably this could be
sorcery.
sway. Arguably this could be sway as well. Sorcery jumped to mind. You might be using sorcery to induce, to sway her.
Right.
So either way, depends which one you want to spend from. But definitely, it sounds like it's the sphere of fear is what you're trying.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that, since you can use that sphere in the reverse
Yeah.
to assuage fear,
Yeah.
As well as to create it, I think that's what I'm going to do. And I will, let's see, and these refresh at the end of every adventure.
Yeah.
The general skills?
Yeah.
General
Any
points?
skill. Yeah.
Okay. Ugh. That's expensive. Okay, so that's a lot of sorcery to use. I think I'm just going to spend 2.
2. Okay.
Try that. No way. Let me...
You find that although you reach out and try to assuage her, you sense a whole other air. You feel a weight pressing on you. The room getting darker and colder. Just you and her.
Ooh.
Her sitting there, you standing there. Her eyes slowly turning into blue crystals, staring up at you.
What are you doing, Giovanni? What's going on?
Giovanni,
I don't think...
you may choose whether the power of corruption reflects inward or outward.
Am I spending corruption?
You feel corruption. Oh wait, no. You are witnessing, I'm sorry. You sense a power of corruption is emanating from her. Amelia, you can see the crystals forming over the woman's eyes, and they're getting brighter and brighter and brighter, and you can see this almost thin beam of light that's connecting her eyes to Giovanni's eyes as Giovanni's locked eyes onto her. Because you're right, you're not the one doing
Oh, here.
it. It's not you that's doing this.
Where is the corruption going?
From the woman to Giovanni.
Oh, is she trying to attack me?
It would seem so.
Okay.
Can I block her line of sight to him?
Step in the way.
Yep.
I will call for a roll of athletics here. As you start stepping into the way, you feel like you're pressing through something solid, as if you're trying to step into a rushing pillar of water.
How difficult would this be?
I would say it's a default roll. It's not harder than normal.
Okay. And default means what in terms of difficulty?
About 3 or 4.
Okay. I will go ahead and spend 2 points from my athletics. Gain a +2. Eat. I could have avoided. Oh well.
Giovanni, you're kind of locked into this singular place. And there's a moment here where you're thinking you're going into combat. Like you think you're about to fight. Some sorceress battle is about to happen. And then Amelia steps in the way and you snap out of it. The world goes back to normal. And the old lady just kind of blinks. And you see frost around her eyes. And she sips at the water.
Okay.
I have a bit of a headache. Would you mind would you mind leaving? I need to lay down.
No, of course not, ma'am. Of course not. Come. I think we've got business elsewhere in town. And Sal will get out of there.
Yeah.
Giovanni, do you withdraw from
Yeah.
the Scari's house? In that case. That'll be it for now. Didn't quite expect to go into it, but I was like, we have enough time, and we can slowly build into the story. We'll see where this goes. Let's figure out the game a little bit. As for experience, you don't get experience till the end of an adventure.
That's typical.
But you got a bit of a head start for next time because you've done a bit of legwork.
However, we should be having a refresh pool for general abilities.
I think general is the one that might bounce back a little sooner.
Yeah, it's kind of like momentum or something. There's a group table pool, and you can award or you get more refresh points per things that you do. Yeah, refreshing general
points.
97.
Refreshing investigative. Sometimes the story reward when a single adventure stretches out for more than 2 sessions of play. So your investigation may refresh if we take a while. But refresh tokens can't bring back investigative. General points can come back because I can. Actually, what I should do is I should generate tokens.
Yeah.
You would need to defeat a foe, solve a non-combat challenge. You know what? I think you did. You're able to get away from her and not escalate the situation, because that would have complicated your life. I don't think you use a ton. I use a fair amount. I'll throw another in there for just my own discretion to the fact that you had to try pretty hard to get a few things. So I will say there are 2 refresh points.
What are they used for?
They're for refreshing. They're for filling 1 for 1. They can refill one of your. They can refill one of your general ability spends.
Oh, that's okay.
But for everyone watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll see what happens next time in Swords of the Serpentine, Sinking City, and Sly Traders. Bye. We'll get used to it.
Yeah.
This took a bit of a, huh? Oh, right, that's what we're supposed to do. I was like, wow, that's really easy. Oh, it's not supposed to be that easy.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay. And then there is in-game, okay, so 8 hours spent carousing, sleeping, studying, whatever, 5 refresh tokens per off-duty hero to the bowl.
Yeah, if you take time just sitting there and relaxing.
Yeah.
You can complicate investigations, but that's the price you pay. It's like, well, if we need the refreshes, sometimes a good night's sleep. It's rewarding a good night's sleep, right? So.
Yeah. But you can only do it once per period of rest, yeah. Like you do, if you get a week, a good night's sleep every night for a week, you only get 5, not 35. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So you don't have. It's like, hey, everyone, let's sleep in for a week.
Right.
It's like, no, you can't do that.
Because that's going to be super handy if anytime you spend combat, you